Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Town of Grimsby Committee of the Whole for Monday, September 27th, 2021 to order. First off, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Before we approve the agenda, there was a request after the deadline from the residents of 708 Winston Road to delegate regarding the committee agenda item report PA 21-39. As per our procedural bylaw, since the request came after the deadline, it requires a majority vote to be included. Therefore, we have a resolution for the additional delegation. So we just need a mover and seconder for that. Moved by Councillor Sharp. Seconder. Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole agenda be amended to include an additional delegation from Ryan LaBelle regarding PA 21-39, update on Niagara Regional Official Plan and Grimsby Official Plan revision. Without this many people here, I would do a recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell?
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall?
I'm a yes.
Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Councillor Cowell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp?
Yes.
Councillor Vane?
Yes.
Councillor Vardy?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, now we're moving to approval of the agenda as amended. We need mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Sharp. Seconder, Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that the agenda for Committee of the Whole meeting of September 27th, 2021 be approved. All in favor? All right. I see 5 and Councillor Dunstall, so yes, that's carried. All right, now we're moving to number 4, delegations. Our first delegation is Grimsby Recreational Trails Master Plan Update. Claire Bazinski from SEMA. Welcome, Claire.
Hello, thank you very much for having me this evening.
You're very welcome. We're looking forward to hearing your presentation.
Lovely. I'm going to just start by sharing my screen.
Perfect.
The ever fun transfer of that. I think I've pretty much got it down pat these days. So hopefully that comes through. I'll look for a quick nod or something. If you can see a general wonderful thumbs up is even better. So I understand I have 10 minutes of time and I thank you for that time this evening. I will keep this relatively short and sweet. As you had mentioned, my name is Claire Bazinski. I'm a senior project manager with SEMA Plus, who is supporting Sarah Sweeney and Olivia Fraser in the development of the Recreational Trails Master Plan for the town of Grimsby and have been doing so for the past couple of months. The presentation tonight is really meant to give you just a sense of the project, a bit of an overview of what we've been working on so far, some of the key foundations and considerations behind this project, as well as a bit of an overview of considerations regarding the first round of engagement that we're going to be having with members of the public, stakeholders, and other key agencies as we move into some of the core technical elements of our project. And of course, we'll be talking a little bit about the intents and purposes and the outcomes of the project too, to give you a little bit more of a full picture of the overview of the project. So why are we creating a recreational trails master plan for the town of Grimsby? It really feels like the right time, and through discussions with town staff and other stakeholders, we've really hit on the point that it is an excellent point in time for the town of Grimsby to start thinking more proactively about recreational trails And this is very much supported at all levels, all the way from the provincial level down to your most local initiatives. And so what you see on this slide here are just some of those really core reinforcing terms and elements and considerations that create the foundation for a really strong recreational trails master plan. And we're seeing that at all levels, as I said before, really supported by some excellent foundations, and even with some of the more recent, very distinct changes that we've been seeing as a result of COVID-19, increases in recreational behaviors, a demand for more opportunity. And so the time is right. The time is really now to start having this conversation. We've already launched the public engagement component of our project, and we're excited to say that we have quite a bit of uptake and interest through our Let's Talk Grimsby page. And that's just only one of the first opportunities for engagement through our program. And engagement is really meant to be an opportunity to inform and be part of this process. And I know there's a lot of imagery on this slide, so I encourage you to take a bit of time, if you do have so, after this presentation, to take a look at what you're seeing so far. But some key themes that emerge already is that there is a strong amount of interest. People are walking, people are hiking, people are cycling to use your trails right now and are interested in doing that more often. You have a wide demographics of individuals who are using your trails currently, and they're doing that from a range of distances. So people are kind of traveling far and wide within the community and outside of the community to access trails. And we've seen that not just happen within the town of Grimsby, but in other areas as well, that steady uptick in interest in recreational opportunities for fun, for fitness, to get to and from day-to-day activities. There are obviously some barriers which we're looking to overcome and address through this process. And we're going to be delving a bit deeper over the course of the next month or so to truly understand what some of those needs are, what it looks like from a community perspective, and how we're going to build that into a long-range strategic master plan for the town. A master plan of this nature requires some really core foundational statements, considerations, components. And so we develop, like many other plans, a vision and objectives that set that foundation for this plan. And through some of the initial engagement that we've already undertaken in discussions with town staff and other stakeholders, we've developed a trail vision and set of objectives that we're going to start to engage the community on over the course of the next month or so, to formalize and set that foundation for how we're going to develop the plan and the key foundational elements of that strategy going forward. So you see statements around the intent and purpose of trails, around who we're meaning to engage and who we're meaning to bring into the fold when we're developing and designing trails. We want them to be feasible and implementable. We want them to be maintainable. This needs to be a realistic plan for the town of Grimsby. So these are just the starting points. And again, something that we're looking to formalize and firm up and confirm over the course of the next month or so as those key elements that start the process of developing the long-range master plan for recreational trails. When we think about a master plan, and especially a recreational trails master plan or similar, it also comes into mind the development of a network, routes, facilities, and that is one of the key components of the development of the master plan. And when we start to think about a network of trails, of recreational opportunities in the town of Grimsby, there's a couple of key considerations or assumptions that go on, at least in the back of my mind, my team's mind, and in our project team's mind as well as we're developing that. And that's what we have on this slide here. And these are important to articulate early and to reiterate often throughout our process. We want to make sure that there is a common understanding of how and why and what we're developing, what we're keeping as an assumed given, what we are looking to reassess and look into in a little bit more detail. And so we look to things like previously developed routes that have been adopted through secondary plan or planning processes. We want to make sure we bring those into the fold. We're building on a foundation of existing conditions that are already there, which I'll speak to in a couple of slides. The region has routes that they have identified on local roads and off-road connections. And those are facilities and connections that we want to explore, but that we are not necessarily revisiting as part of the network component. There's also provincial and regionally, interregionally significant corridors and linkages like the Trans-Canada Trail and the Bruce Trail and the Waterfront Trail that we need to consider and that we need to try and understand how they fit into the mix. So we're focusing on publicly owned lands, we're focusing on public opportunities for off-road trail connections, and we may explore some on-road linkages that create the connections, but we want to identify design solutions that are consistent with that overall experience of trails and overall feeling and sense of comfort and safety of trails that we're focusing on as part of this plan. And I've talked a lot about what some of those assumptions are, but at its core, we are really trying to develop a network, set of design solutions and supporting policies and processes that focus on improving and enhancing and encouraging recreational mobility throughout the town of Grimsby. And recreational mobility has a lot of different considerations, has a lot of different components to it, and a lot of them are very subjective. There are some elements that have to do very much with the user and how they experience. Conflict and risk we have to try and mitigate. We want to look at where there is existing demand and where there's potential demand to grow. It has to be barrier-free, and we have to be able to give people the ability to access these opportunities within the community. And so all of that together really is our commitment and our drive to increase recreational mobility and recreational access for the town, within the town, and for residents and visitors as much as possible through this process. We'll be doing so working through an iterative process of steps that start with that foundation of existing conditions and move all the way through a basis of background understanding to a recommended network of infrastructure improvements, design solutions, policies, recommendations, and strategies. And all of that is underpinned with a consultative and engagement-focused approach that I've already been referring to. And it really is about a feedback loop. We're trying our best as much as possible to listen to the community, gather their input, and then check back in with them to make sure that we got it right, that we've understood it correctly, and that we've integrated it properly. So very much a process of us trying to make sure that we are responding to best and comparative practices, to community needs, and then building that into solutions and strategies that hopefully will work best for the town and be implementable over a 5, 10, 15-year timeline. That also goes along with the network. So as you're selecting routes and facilities, we build on what is already on the ground right now. We integrate those previously planned and previously identified links and routes and different corridors that committees and staff and stakeholders have already identified, as well as some new trail opportunities to identify a connected and continuous system of facilities that is that spine, that foundation, that basis for the Recreational Trails Master Plan and the supporting policies and strategies that will go along with it. And at the end of the day, what we're trying to create is a document that isn't unwieldy for the town, that is feasible for the town, that is something that is realistic and founded in community needs and in the desired future objectives and goals for the town and its residents and visitors. We want to make sure that we are providing enough tools and tactics and strategies to allow you to take this not just from a document, but through to day-to-day implementation, build that into your existing policies, into your existing guidelines, into your existing processes to make sure this is something that can easily be adopted, updated, monitored, managed, and brought into the fold from a bigger picture of improving the overall quality of life, the health, the fitness, the opportunity that's provided to your residents and those who come to visit as much as possible. So we're really excited to continue embarking on this process. We really wanted to give you just a snapshot of what we've been working on, as I said, and how we're planning to move forward. We're looking forward to engagement in the next couple of months with stakeholders, technical agencies, and a public input session on October 21st. And we're very encouraged by what we've seen already through the Let's Talk Grimsby page and what we've already been hearing from community members. So thank you once again for your time. Really do appreciate it, and happy to answer any questions that may have come up over the course of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Claire. We really look forward to seeing more. So it's quite exciting. Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, and thank you very much, Claire, also for your presentation and working with staff. I think there's some real exciting times coming ahead for us. Just a couple of questions, if I may. Have you started to look at the number of trails that we do have in Grimsby? Is that your starting point? And then I just got a couple other quick things.
Absolutely, through you, Chair. Great question. Like I said, in the network development process, we start with that foundation of what's on the ground now. So I can say that we've inventoried almost 70 kilometers of existing trails within the town. That's not to say those are all trails that are your responsibility. Those include elements of the Bruce Trail, some previously identified links that the region has included in their plans, as well as waterfront trail linkages that obviously are on some town-owned lands, but also not as well. So that is the starting point. And then we build on there to integrate what has already been discussed or adopted and planned to create and build out that network. So as much as possible, we want to not reinvent the wheel. We want to make sure that we're building on the foundation of what you already have, and also what's realistic from a jurisdictional perspective as well.
That's fantastic, Claire. Also, I just make a comment, and I'll be brief. Listening and watching your presentation, a lot of ideas were wrote down some ideas, but one in particular is the slide that showed that Grimsby could be a trail destination, and I think I couldn't agree with you more on that. That because it truly is. I'm just as you were talking, I was thinking of the number of trails that I can recognize and think about. And also, I think what I would personally like to see out of this, working with staff, that we market a trail booklet, that we can have it at the gateway. The gateway, to me, that would be the key marketing area because of all the number of people that stop in the gateway. It's even through the pandemic, it's been still very busy, but I have volunteered there on occasion, and people are always looking for things to do. So having a Grimsby Trail booklet about the trails, information and locations and that, and have it at the gateway, that's a winner to me, Claire. To me, that's great. That's good for Grimsby. So anyways, I see there's other hands, so I'll stop there. And thank you for the presentation. Look forward to your good work on this as you move forward. Thank you.
Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. Just a quick question for Claire. Thank you for the presentation. I was wondering, do we have any plans, or is there anything in our master plan for stairs that will go up the mountain, like a galvanized steel staircase, or if you know what I'm talking about? They have them in Beamsville, they have them in Hamilton. Is there anything in there?
Great question. And of course, we're in the very early days of this process. And so there are no firm recommendations that have been made. That definitely will be part of what we call the amenities that will be considered for trails. And it was something that was specifically in the request for proposal that came out to identify locations where there could be the implementation of stairs to allow to get up to the escarpment. So that is part of our mandate to try and find those locations. Specific recommendations, not quite there yet, but what we want to look to is where we can see the connections from a route perspective, as well as then the opportunities for the amenities that support it like stairs. That also goes for smaller and larger scale amenities like signage, wayfinding, benches, waste receptacles. The list could go on, but definitely part of the exploration for how we can connect and how we can improve accessibility to the trails system, both existing and proposed going forward. Wonderful question. Thank you.
Thanks. And I just had to follow up on that, and this might be directed towards our town staff. A set of stairs that would go up the escarpment, do we know about how much that would cost? And is that something that would be considered part of like a parkland? Could we use parkland money from a development to do that? If there's a quick answer, if not, I can wait. But if someone has a quick answer, that'd be appreciated.
In terms of cost on my end, we have costing for different types of stair options, I guess you would say, from a general unit cost perspective. We've developed those based on industry standards and what we've been able to gather through our own projects. Through the process, I know what we are committed to identifying are sources of funding for the whole range of recommendations that come forward in this master plan, which would include amenities like a staircase or a facility somewhere up the escarpment. That's a more general response, but there would be costs associated with it. I don't have the dollar amount beside me right now, but we would be vetting those with staff and with others to make sure that that's something that aligns with any information that you have, and that there's also opportunities to bring forward funding options to cover that whenever the horizon is identified.
Okay. If there's anyone even on town staff who can give me a real
Well,
ballpark,
Councillor Sharp, not to interrupt you, we've got a really long agenda tonight, so we're just going to ask questions to the presenter, and staff will definitely get back to you on that, I'm sure.
Okay, thanks, Mayor Jordan. Thank you, Claire.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just a quick question. Claire, we have the waterfront, the West End waterfront master trails and master plan. And then we're working on the Casablanca waterfront amenities right now in another study. And you're doing a trails master plan. So it's kind of like the waterfront trail master plan already identified some functional designs and how the waterfront trail should look and be built and et cetera. Are you going to be coordinating with those different projects? And especially because I'm thinking of the fifth wheel coming up, and your timeline is during the time when that development will be starting and commencing. Will you be instrumental in providing some input into how that trails and the continuation of the waterfront master plan trail will be built, constructed, and how that should look? Will part of your work be consolidating all that information to help with that development?
Great question. Thank you very much for that. And as part of that network planning process, that's why I emphasize that consideration of different layers. The West End waterfront design and network review that we have already is being integrated into our network considerations. We've almost assumed that alignment is the go ahead from a routing perspective. We want to make sure that we are up to date as best as we can on any additional planning processes or approvals that go on over the course of our project timeline, so we can build them in. It sounds like what you've identified in terms of the fifth wheel, I hope I have that right, could be a good opportunity for us to also provide some input. We'd be happy to do that. But anything that has gone through the planning process thus far, whether it's site plan approval or secondary planning processes, otherwise, we're coordinating with planning to make sure that we have all of that information so that the alignment's integrated, design assumptions are integrated, and we have that full picture of what is not just on the ground, but what is being planned going forward, and a bit more set in stone than some of the other concepts that may be out there.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And I guess it's just because there was a bit of deviation from the guidelines that were in the waterfront trail on how they should functionally be built, and the base and the width and all that. So I just wondered if your input will impact moving forward on future legs of that trail. So I'm hearing that you'll have some input into it. It just would be great to see that consistency. Thank you.
Councillor Barty.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, Claire. I think this is a great initiative. I would just like to suggest or plant a seed while you're thinking about this. It would be great if we had a section of trail that could be the Carolinian Trail, where it would be able to highlight some of the natural biodiversity that is particular to Grimsby, and perhaps a bit of an educational trail on the Carolinian side, where we could have plates naming trees and something that we could build upon and involve our school kids in down the road.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that suggestion, and I like the pun on planting the seed. I'm not sure if you intended that, but that was very good. But obviously I only had a little bit of time today and I didn't want to take up more, but the Carolinian emphasis of the forest opportunities there was identified by Sarah and other town staff kind of right out of the gate. And so if you dig into some of our messaging, and you will be seeing that, I hope, through some of our upcoming engagement, that there is an emphasis on environmental, I wouldn't say preservation, but that's a component of it. Enhancement, also complementary design with trails. And that's where trails are so beautiful, and what a great opportunity, because it really is meant to be that balance of environmental exposure, education, recreation, experience, and all of those components. And programming of trails is another consideration as part of this process too. I know it may sound weird, but programming such as education, awareness, bringing information to the trails as an avenue for different information sharing or just opportunities for learning is something we're going to be exploring. So really glad to hear that reinforced here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks, Sarah.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much again for your presentation, Claire. And now we need a mover and seconder for to receive the resolution. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that the delegation from Claire Baczynski regarding the Grimsby Recreational Trails Master Plan update be received. All in favor? And that's carried. Up next, we have the second delegation, Grimsby Public Library Board update. Alyssa Sewell, Board Chair, and Deidre Burke, Board Vice Chair. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I think Catherine's going to start.
Good evening, Mayor Jordan and Town Council. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to share some information about our year in review 2020 tonight. It is my pleasure to introduce the chair of the Grimsby Public Library Board, Alyssa Sewell, and the vice chair, Deirdre Burke, who will take you through the presentation. This is an overview of what we would like to share with you tonight. So we'll start with the year in review and end with some ideas going forward. And at this time, I would like to pass it over to Deirdre.
Great.
Thank you very
Catherine.
much. Thank you. Good evening, councillors. Mayor Jordan, thank you so much for having us. For us, 2020 was certainly an interesting year in the library's history, as it was for everyone. As you can see by some of the things that you're seeing on your screen right now, we had a number of visits to the library, over 45,000. We had 937 new card holders, 33,000 ebooks downloaded, over 104,000 items borrowed. Our programming continued, 262 programs, and we had over 5,400 people attend those programs. So the 2020 year in review, which is what you're viewing right now, is but a snippet of the many hurdles, triumphs, and lessons learned that we experienced. It has definitely affirmed for us that libraries are essential to the overall well-being of a community and its residents. Despite the challenges, we managed to deliver library services, programming, and connecting the community to collections throughout all levels of the pandemic. All of these efforts can be seen in our annual review, which this year can be found on the library's website in a traditional brochure style, or as you've just seen in a more interactive presentation through our social media on Instagram and Facebook. So the library, along with other municipal facilities, closed to the public as of March 14, 2020. Although the physical library was closed, the digital library was available and doing a booming business 24/7. Borrowing of ebooks, e-audiobooks, virtual magazines, streaming movies and music grew. Curbside delivery launched on May 25th, 2020, and it became a lifeline for patrons of the library when we physically could not open our doors. The library maintained its free Wi-Fi access and made it accessible for use from outside the building throughout the pandemic for those who needed it. And as a board member, I am particularly proud of our library staff who reached out to regular patrons at the beginning of the shutdown, checking in to see how they were coping and helping them get connected to online materials. We have heard a number of stories, the library staff had of how people have benefited from the library and its services during all of this pandemic. And one was from a patron who was new to Grimsby, just as the pandemic hit. She applied for a library card online, had visited each week. She would go for a walk around the outside of the building with her son and then pick up materials curbside, which we thought was quite great. And also she participated virtually with our children's programming. She recently reached out and thanked us for everything that we did to welcome her family to the community. On July 13, 2020, the library opened its doors to the public for in-person browsing, checkouts, and computer use. Staff received expressions of gratitude from the community to have the library open again. And although we have had another couple of shutdowns, we have now reopened, hopefully for forever, as of July the 2nd, 2021. I'll now pass the presentation on to Alyssa Sewell, the chair of the board.
Thanks, Deirdre, and thanks, councillors and Mayor Jordan for having us. So one thing that we know for sure is that the pandemic was a time that we desperately needed the library. Reading is proven to offer relaxation, and it can also act as a healthy way to sometimes take a break from reality. Throughout almost the entire pandemic, as Deirdre mentioned, libraries were always mandated to stay open in some capacity, and we believe it was because the library is one of the only truly free and accessible services in our communities, and as such, it's critical that it have as few barriers to access as possible. So many people do not have access to computers or the internet or access to printing required documents, and this was one of the services that remained available throughout most of the pandemic, as the library offered computer use and printing by appointment. Although there was another in-person shutdown, the library staff continued to work tirelessly to deliver to homebound patrons, provide materials through curbside, and they help people use online options. Children's programming and the Summer Reading Club were also offered virtually, and the Summer Reading Club is another example of a critical service for our community. It promotes reading to our youth while they are on a break from school to prevent the summer slide. And this year, I think that children needed that probably more than ever. Further, the community pen pal program launched, which connected members of our community with folks living in assisted living residences who could have been feeling extra isolated during the pandemic. And our largest fundraiser, the Grimsby Author Series, transitioned to a virtual environment, which we will endeavor to continue even as we are allowed to begin to gather in person again. Thank you. With all of this being said, the pandemic did help with one thing, and that was really highlighting some of the existing barriers to service. For example, the Grimsby Author Series wasn't truly open and available to all. We have gotten so much feedback about the event moving online from folks that do not drive at night, or they're homebound, or they live further away. And moving this event online, we've been able to attract guests from all over the province. Curbside pickup will also be continued, as there are still many patrons who do not feel safe in public buildings, and it also offers a convenience. So think of a mother with a carload of kids not having to unpack everyone and just can pick up their materials and go. But the most important barrier for us to address that presented itself throughout the pandemic is overdue fines. So overdue fines were eliminated initially during the pandemic in recognition that the library staff had a backlog of materials to work with, and also that it was unfair to ask members of our community to prioritize getting their materials back to the library in a time when we were all dealing with much bigger things. So fines have since been restarted on July 1st, but we do know through research that fines disproportionately affect lower income families. So the exact families and people that need and depend on the library the most. And we know that fines have the potential to create lifelong negative associations with the library, which often results in patrons never returning. So in my work, I am actually a librarian in another municipality. And I've heard mothers have to tell their children to actually put books back and that they can only take a limited number home, because what that caregiver is doing is they're actually budgeting for using the library. They know that they'll likely incur fines on those items because they're busy with a bunch of kids. And so they actually have to budget out what they can afford to pay for the week or the month to use the library. And this is something that no one should have to budget for, is to use the library, a resource that should be free, open, and accessible to every single person in our communities. So this just shows, it gives an idea of the impact on the library's budget overall. Fine revenues account for 0.7% of all the revenue generated for the library. We've already taken the first step in eliminating fines, as the board passed a motion to eliminate fines on children's materials in 2020. And this just leaves adult materials that still accumulate fines. The financial value of revenue generated by late fines is balanced against the larger value of encouraging more library use through the elimination of the fines. Further, we have learned that relying on fines as a source of revenue is not stable, and it's projected that as digital materials continue to rise in popularity and use, that fine revenue will just continue to decrease over time. So looking ahead, as we look ahead, programming will continue to seek out ways to balance the in-person and the virtual options in order to meet the needs of everyone in our community. So we'll sharpen our pencils when looking at our budget for this year with the focus of eliminating those overdue fines on all materials. And it really comes down to the fact that the board is very focused on eliminating any and all barriers to using the library. We want to welcome the entire community, not just those that can afford to pay fines. And we know and hear from our community members who say that they haven't returned to the library because they lost a book when they were a child and they're scared to come back. And although the library cop joke is funny, there's a reason that it was made to be a joke, and it's because people really do have that association and a sense of fear when it comes to fines at the library. We really want to get rid of that and welcome everyone back with a clean slate. So to summarize the benefits of eliminating late fines: 1, librarians and staff can provide better service to patrons without any negative interactions at the desk. 2, libraries that have gone fine-free already are seeing an increase in library item returns. And 3, eliminating fines will lead to a renewed appreciation for the library and welcome back those who have not felt welcome. As libraries reopened and in response to their communities, more than 200 public libraries across Canada have made decisions to extend a fine-free policy. The fine-free movement is continuing to grow across Canada, and we look forward to adding Grimsby Library to that list. Catherine?
Oops. Sorry. Delayed reaction there. So now is a great time to come back to the library, because we are celebrating 150 years of public library service in Grimsby. So we welcome everyone to come and visit, whether it be curbside, online, or in person. And thank you. And if you have any questions, we will try to answer those.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Deirdre, Alyssa, and Catherine. And we have some questions. Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Jordan. It's an interesting concept, and the fine-free library seems counterintuitive. I know I worry about paying the fines at the library, so I return my books, and I would, of course, I'll return them whether you charge me a fine or not, but it's one of the motivating factors. Anyway, I don't know as much about libraries as the board does, and so if you guys think that this might help to improve accessibility and participation at the library, then that sounds like an interesting approach. Thanks for the presentation.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. And To the library team, thank you very much for the presentation. Great information, especially the last page showing the 150 years for the Grimsby Library. Congratulations. I hope there's many, many more to come. Just a quick question, Catherine. I've been on the news and I've been hearing that the Hamilton Library, they will plasticize people's COVID vaccination information. And are we able to do that? I was just curious to if that's something that our library could maybe look at doing. If you have the equipment and that, is there a possibility to that?
Through you, Mayor Jordan, to Councillor Cadwell. We do offer free printing of the vaccine certificate to anyone who may not have a computer or a working printer. So we will do the printouts of the certificates for people. We don't have a laminator, so we aren't offering that service. It the certificate doesn't need to be laminated. So, you know, we thought we would just stick with the printout, the paper printout version, because once you laminate that, then, you know, if you were to lose that, you know, all your private information would be laminated for all to see forever. So yeah, we're going with the paper copy right now.
Well, that's great to hear, Catherine. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Great to see how adaptable the library has been throughout this pandemic and finding a way to still reach our residents and make sure that the library is accessible. And I just want to say I fully support your no fine approach to the return of library books. It'll be interesting to see what kind of impact it has. I suspect the people who use the library are usually pretty conscientious. So I even speculate as to the time you'll save in collecting fines will more than pay for itself in not charging them. So great initiative. Thank you very much. You guys are doing a great job.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, again, thank you very much for your presentation. And we just need a mover and seconder to receive the delegation. Moved by Councillor Vardy. I need a seconder. Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Bothwell. Result of the delegation from the Grimsby Public Library Board be received. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Up next, we have delegation number 3, request to correct the spelling of Sobey Road. Marilyn Elbastali. Sorry, Marilyn.
That's okay.
Welcome.
That's okay. I'm just going to attempt to share my screen here.
Perfect.
Okay. All right. I don't know where my Zoom meeting thing has gone. Just hang on a second. We'll get there.
All right. Yeah, it looks like it's been shared now. So
perfect.
Perfect.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you for inviting us to talk about this request made on behalf of my mother, who, by the way, is sitting by my side right here. She's going to keep an eye on me, make sure that I don't tell you guys any stories. So thank you for this opportunity to present. Again, my name is Marilyn Elbastali, and I'm May's daughter. And she's been communicating with the town. I'm sure that many of you already have been informed of this. With regard to her request to change the street sign Sobey Road in Ward 2 to Sobey Road. Since you've had the presentation in advance, I'm not going to go into a lot of details. Rather, I'm going to put some specific emphasis on some particular aspects of this presentation. So the goal here is to give you a bit of background and history of the Sobey family and their contribution to the town of Grimsby, and to provide some information about the activities and correspondence to date, correct any misinformation, and to see if we can come up with a meaningful resolution to this matter. So this is an old photo, very old photo of Joe and Stella Sobey. They were originally from the Waterloo, Wellington County area. They were married in 1923, and what you can see in this slide is that they purchased their property in North Grimsby in 1925, and they started a milk business called Sobey's Dairy, as you might imagine. And their business over time grew, and here we see that the milk board allotted them a certain territory, which for those days was actually quite extensive. In 1958, the business was expanding and growing. Members of the town council who have perhaps lived in this area may even remember making a trip to Sobey's Dairy to eat ice cream, an ice cream cone or a sundae or milkshake. And in the 60s, that was about 5 cents. So not a huge amount compared to what we pay today. Joe Sobey also served as a school trustee in North Grimsby for almost 30 years, in the 30s, the 40s, and the 50s. And in the spring of 1964, the dairy business was sold to Christie's Dairy, a Beamsville organization. And in 1967, Joe Sobey passed away. Stella continued to live on the farm, later moving in with her daughter May and husband Ken. She passed away in 1986, and May's brother Bill passed away in 2002. Here we have a map that actually we took from the Grimsby Interactive map produced by the town. And what we have here is Sobey Road, which I just highlighted in purple. And we have identified addresses on Sobey Road that actually have their address from Sobey Road. It's all of the even numbered lots of land here. Some are farms, some are residential, and some are businesses. So we see 12 of them here. The other ones that are labeled with odd numbers are actually properties that are adjacent to Sobey Road. So some of their property probably sits on Sobey Road, but their formal address is not on Sobey Road. And this is where the dairy farm and where my grandparents lived. What we have here is the list of the even numbered properties and their actual addresses on Sobey Road. So again, there are 12 properties there. So we think, going back in history, we tried to figure out what was this road called before it was called Sobey Road. We think probably it was called a concession road, although nobody currently alive knows what it was called prior to Sobey Road. We believe that it was the early 70s that the road was named or renamed Sobey Road. And we think that was when the postal codes were implemented in Ontario. So having faith in our local government, the family always felt that the town would eventually change the error in the spelling of Sobey Road. But now 50 years or more have passed, and we felt that it was time or past time for a change of the spelling of the road. And to be clear, we're talking about 4 street signs, and the spelling essentially is changing an I on the sign to a Y. Just to give you an overview of what we have communicated and with whom and when, you can see those on the right side of the screen here. And on the left side of the screen, we have an attestation from a number of people interested in the changing the street sign name. These are people who either were employed by Sobeys Dairy, who are related to the Sobey family, who sold milk to Sobeys Dairy, or who lived in the neighborhood, who were essentially, as they signed this, attesting to the fact that the information that was being provided to the town was correct. This is a list of the additional correspondence that has been sent up to the end of July. And we just want to thank all of the councillors and town staff who have taken time and sent emails and letters and corresponded with May Annabelle with regard to this initiative. So I'm sure that many of you already know that the town had sent a letter to May saying that they would offer her a road sign for herself that would be spelled correctly, but there was not an offer of actually changing the signs that are prominent on the actual road. So you can imagine that at 94, she was a bit disappointed with that. And so she herself, actually, with a friend who drove and one of the neighbors on Sobey Road, went and got people to sign a petition saying that they were supportive of this change of name from Sobey Road to Sobey Road. But we noticed that in the letter, as well as when we listened last week to the Heritage Committee, that there were a number of concerns. So we have tried to address them. One of them was related to a potential financial impact to residents. And our research shows that there's actually no cost, and that in fact, the only place that would charge a fee would be Canada Post if there was mail forwarding required. But nobody's actually moving any place, so we don't believe that mail forwarding is required. And one of the members of the Heritage Committee was concerned about passports and how to change the address. And actually, this was good information to search out, because all you have to do is put a line through your address in the passport and write in the new address, since you actually were the one that wrote in the original address. So pretty straightforward. For businesses, I think the main point here is that any changes for moving would be tax deductible for the most part, and any HST that is incurred would also be recoverable through their tax submission. A resurvey of the land, we're certainly not experts in this field whatsoever, but reviewing with a couple of other communities that have gone through this, they suggest that there is no need unless there's already an issue that has been identified, that for the most part, this is a clear issue. Should it be aligned with the postal code changes? Well, we feel that that would be good if that's possible. That's projected to occur at the end of October. And in fact, it would make it less cumbersome for the people who are east of 30 Road if that happened, because then they could do both things at the same time. And the Emily project, we don't believe that there's any impact on this project. We actually did a drive-through on Saturday, and to see if any of these Farm 911 addresses were were evident, and there are none installed at this point in time that we could see. So our hope is that Town Council will see fit to support and move forward a motion to correct those signs from Sobey Road to Sobey Road, and following any finalization of remaining due diligence requirements, that we could amend the motion from the Heritage Committee to include a timeline so that we know exactly when to expect a change of the road signs, if that's what you agree to, and that where possible, Public Works would align this with the requirements for the postal codes. So again, thank you for your consideration, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Marilyn. I see we do have some questions from councilors. Councilor Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. First, let me say, Marilyn, thank you very much for a really informative presentation. And hello to May. Nice to see you looking so well. I just want to say I fully support this initiative. When we're talking about, you know, protecting our heritage, it's not just buildings, it's our history as well. And obviously this is an important part that can be very easily rectified. Now, I have been working for the last 2 years on trying to get Canada Post to update our postal codes. So I guess my next question would be to Sarah Kim. One, could you inform Canada Post, because I know you're working on this, of this potential change, and also could you give us an update on at the next meeting on what's happening on that postal code change? Because I know a lot of people are frustrated because, you know, they asked about it about 2.5 years ago, and then COVID and various delays in Canada Post. So if we could get that, that'd be great. And then we don't have to worry about any sort of duplication of effort or what have you with respect to changing the name and correcting the spelling. So thank you very much. And thank you for your very interesting presentation.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, and great, Marilyn. It was a great walk in history. I really enjoyed the presentation. I knew Bill Sobey I knew Bill very well. Used to see him a lot at Christie's Dairy, and yeah, he was a great man, very great man. So, the question I do have, I'm not sure what page it is here, but it shows all the properties. Now, I don't see the Rogers Radio Towers, which is listed as property number 11. Have you reached out to them at all? Have they been responded to because my concern too, and I'll support this. This is what the residents want, and again, it's good for the history of the family too. But I didn't see anything with Rogers where the radio towers are.
Well, it's interesting that you ask. This has been a bit of a challenge for sure, trying to find all of these locations. If you look at the interactive map of Grimsby, which is what we did, how we went about this, it looks as though the entrance to that property that those Rogers Towers are on is actually on Park Road, not on Sobey Road. So we didn't consider them because their address wouldn't change.
No, but there's a building there. I've been up there many, many times, and there is a driveway that does come right off Sobey Road. It takes you right to the building.
Councilor Cadwell, just a clarification there, but their mailing address is off of Park for that property, so they're not
okay.
They're not
All right.
affected.
All right, wasn't aware of that. Great, thanks very much for the clarification then.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Marilyn and May, that was an absolutely fantastic presentation, and I have to applaud you. And I'm really impressed with the amount of research you've done. And, I have spent many, many, many years researching my family history. And in doing so, I found so many errors and names and so on and so forth that I wanted to correct. So I do applaud you, and I really think this is great. It's long overdue, and I certainly will support it. So thank you for that, and thank you for taking the time and the dedication to put all this together and set the history straight. Because nothing's worse than having history full of errors. So thank you very much.
Yes, it's bad enough to have, what do they call them? Ghosts, skeletons in the closet. We don't need errors as well, right?
Yes, we have enough errors already. Let's get them straightened out. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, and thank you so much, May and Marilyn. And I know all the work Marilyn put into this presentation and the history. And I too, as Chair of Heritage, was just astounded by just that important history that's being brought forward now that we need to recognize. And I'm glad to say that the Heritage Committee did fully support the name change as well to the correct spelling. So I'm hoping as when the motion comes up that we can look at rewording that so that we can expedite this as quickly as possible. And again, thank you so much, both of you, for the presentation. It's excellent. And I'm hoping to see a quick resolution as well to this error that's been ongoing for some time. And when we make a mistake, that's the first thing we do is we need to acknowledge it and then fix it. So thank you.
Thank you.
And again, thank you, Marilyn, for your presentation, and thank you, Annabelle, for watching in. There was a lot of information there, and this, in my opinion, is an easy fix, and it's long overdue, and it should be done. So we just need, thank you very much, and you have a good evening. We just need a mover and seconder to receive the delegation. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Vardy. Result of the delegation from Marilyn Al-Bestawi be
Very
received.
good. Excellent.
Thank you. Thank you. All in favor? And that's carried.
Thank you so much for your time and your effort and your attention. We really appreciate it.
You're very welcome. You have a good evening, both of you.
You too.
And up next, we have our added delegation. Ryan from 708 Winston Road. Good evening, Ryan.
Hello, how are you guys?
Very good. How are you?
Thanks for letting us get in here. This is Megan. She's my fiance. And yeah, we wanted to just, thank you for letting us get in and kind of express our concerns with basically the settlement expansion on Kelson and Winston Road. We had seen that in one of the recent documents you guys put out. So I'm just going to share my screen. Just pull this up. Can you guys all see that? Okay, great. So yeah, so what we wanted to do was kind of open up the conversation with council and talk about how our concerns as neighbors in this neighborhood with this development and the potential for this development and rezoning. So our ask is basically to protect the wildlife, environment, and well-being of the existing white belt. On behalf of the Winston Road and Kelson Road neighbors, we ask you to protect the white belt north of Winston and west of Kelson Road, currently used as farmland. We also ask for the community consultation before council makes a recommendation on any possible expansion of the settlement area. As residents, we support a few uses for this land. If there was ever to be a change, one of the ones that we had heard about was expanding 50 Point Conservation Area. We felt that would protect the biodiversity, the watershed, and the community health while offering residents a place to enjoy. We thought that a community park could be beneficial to continue the waterfront trail to Kelson while protecting biodiversity, watershed, and community health. And the other option, leaving it as farmland, which is what it is now, and protecting the white belt and just leaving it its natural beauty. The other consideration is just the idea of rezoning it to greenbelt versus moving it away from from the idea of protecting our green spaces. We really value that, and we find that, you know, we're losing a little bit of that in Grimsby, and we want to start trying to hold on to what we have.
So we wanted to bring forth some environmental impacts and the consequences for removing white and green belts. So the first one we wanted to speak to is biodiversity. This farmland is home to coyotes, foxes, bird species, rabbits, mice, insects, and many more. The Winston and Kelson neighborhood is an active area for wildlife that are running out of places to call home. Animals are starting to pose a threat on the neighborhood as their food sources and habitats dwindle, forcing them onto neighboring properties. There is nowhere left for them to migrate to. So at the bottom here, I know the pictures are a little bit small, but these are recent pictures that we personally took of some of the coyote activity in the back farm fields. So at the bottom left there, you have the farm field in question, which we've seen 4 to 5 coyotes on any given time. And then the second picture there is a coyote that's wandered out onto Kelson Road. The second consideration is water drainage. Winston Road has become a flood risk during significant rain. The water table is high on Winston and Kelson Road. The recent rainfall flooded several homes on Winston Road. This was just last week. Water drainage is insufficient already. The ditches are already at capacity during heavy rain. So you can see again at the bottom, the pictures are a little bit small, but the first picture there at the bottom left is a picture of our ditch during last week's rainfall, and it was at capacity overflowing. And the second picture is one of our neighbors who unfortunately had a flood in their basement during last week's rainfall. And then the third consideration on the environmental impacts is the white belt protection. As a white belt, the Kelson Road farmland is one of the best agricultural lands in Canada and needs protection. It plays a critical role in protecting water quality and biodiversity. Convert it to a green belt, considering its surrounding uses, and that the soil on the one side of Kelson, the DND land, which is green belt tender fruit, can't be much different from the lands currently being farmed. The watershed impact, potential damage through storm sewer drainage of the new survey to affect and contaminate the surrounding area. Class 1 and 2 soil, some of the best prime agricultural land in Canada.
So that we also have thought about some of the health and safety concerns that, you know, introducing another subdivision in that area could potentially bring, you know, given that we live and breathe this neighborhood every day. So the first category is traffic and pedestrian safety. We're relying on 2 single-lane roadways to service all of the homes and condos along Winston Road, which, as many of you know, is becoming more and more busy. Traffic has become a major concern in the neighborhood with Winston Road, used as a main road for commuting. The service road and Winston Road are often used as overflow from the QEW during traffic jams. Winston Road is used by many pedestrians and bikers. The increased traffic has created a safety concern and have made residents feel uneasy exercising in their own neighborhood. Winston Road, it was once a quiet rural street and has now become a major commuting roadway. The next category is major construction in a mature neighborhood. Inserting a subdivision into a mature neighborhood would cause major disruption to wildlife and residents. Construction equipment and vehicles would further contribute to traffic challenges on Winston Road, create pollution, damage existing roads, and create additional safety concerns for pedestrians and bikers. Given the new way of life with working from home, noise pollution is now a factor. From construction would disrupt people's abilities to work from home. Just something more recent to consider as well. Outdoor recreation, residents need outdoor recreation for mental and physical health. 50 Point Park has become overcrowded as the area's population grows, showing the need for additional recreational space. We've seen lines that run all the way down Winston, almost to the service road, waiting to get into 50 Point because there's just so many people trying to get into 50 Point, and it's only going to get worse when all of these condos are being built. Research shows the importance of outdoor activity and exercise for one's mental health. The options are very limited on Winston Road for residents, especially for children. Having a park or open space is a proper bookend to the waterfront trail, we feel, which goes up to Kelson. We have an image of the trail that you guys provided, and we just feel that Kelson Road, with the end of this trail, it would just be a lot more visually beautiful if, it was left as either farmland or or made into some sort of expansion with 50 Point and just kept it green space, I know that it would go a long way with the community.
So while we were researching what a white belt is, we found this quote from the Sierra Club Canada Foundation, which is a nonprofit organization within Canada of environmentalists. So they're all about conserving the environment in Canada. And we just wanted to quickly read through this quote because we felt it was very impactful. The situation of the white belt encompassing the best prime agricultural land in Canada is well known. These predominantly class 1 and 2 soil under the Canada Land Inventory also have a good microclimate, although mercifully not comparable to that of the Niagara Fruit Belt. More serious than the loss of prime agricultural land in the GTA and Hamilton is the watershed impacts of these urbanizations. These urbanizations in the White Belt constitute some of the worst impacts on water quality in Canada. A torrent of storm water pollution has been released from the 5,200 acres of formerly agriculturally zoned land that has been actually urbanized, and more will inevitably come from the 13,900 hectares that await development. The remaining white belt lands need to be green belted as an urgent measure to protect water quality and biodiversity. In here, we've just enlarged some of the photos because they were quite small on the previous screen. So on the left-hand side, you see the water drainage issues that we've recently seen on Winston Road. The neighborhood feels that by adding additional homes in that farmland, it will just negatively contribute to the water drainage issues that we're already seeing. And then on the right-hand side, you see the active coyote activity that currently exists, and they inhabit that farmland, and they would largely be displaced and I guess likely move towards 50 Point, which is a small area for them. So that concludes our presentation. So again, we thank you. I know we were a last minute addition to this agenda, but we did feel like it was a very important and environmental concern for the neighborhood here on Winston Road.
Yeah, thank you very much for the time and for hearing us out on this.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions from council? Seeing none, we just need a mover and seconder to receive the delegation. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the delegation from Ryan LaBelle be received. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much, Ryan. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much.
All right, now we move to number 5, council endorsement package, Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee. Need a mover and seconder. Oh, Councillor Bothwell.
I can speak to it after it's moved and seconded.
Sure. I'll have you as the mover, and then we just need a seconder. Councillor Vardy. All right, Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just to follow up on the delegation from Marilyn and May, I'd like to put forward an amendment to the endorsement package for item number 1, because the motion reads that the Grimsby Heritage Committee supports a name change request from a heritage perspective, and the item be referred to the appropriate staff report to council in this matter. I'd like to amend this item be referred to appropriate staff for correction to the spelling of the name in coordination, or something like in coordination with the Canada Post thing, and be expedited as soon as possible. If the clerk can help me with that wording, that would be helpful. And if I can get a seconder to that amendment.
I'll second that amendment.
All right, the clerk has amended that resolution. I'll read it and then resolved that the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee Council endorsement package be approved with the following amendment to the resolution of the name change request to Sobey Road, be that the item be referred to the appropriate staff for correction in coordination with Canada Post on this matter. Councillor Bothwell.
Could you just add, and that it be expedited as soon as possible? Because I also don't want Canada Post to hold it up. So I think that if there's a way to word it so that it doesn't have to be conditional on Canada Post, but you know, that it where if possible be coordinated with Canada Post, but otherwise be expedited or something. I just think it's important that if it not be delayed because Canada Post takes 2 years to do.
So why don't we just, if we could just say that Canada Post be informed of the change, of the correction.
Yeah. That the correction, yeah, so the correction to Sobey Road be expedited and that Canada Post be informed of the name change, the road name change.
Got it. All right. Resolved that the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee Council endorsement package be approved with the following amendment to the resolution of the name change request to Sobey Road, be that the item be expedited and referred to the appropriate staff for correction with Canada Post being informed on this matter. Does that work?
I think I'm good with that. Leanne, you're good with that? Yeah.
Okay, any questions and comments before I read it again? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Ritchie.
Sorry, it's you, Mr. Mayor. I don't disagree with the motion. I just am curious with trying to push it through. I would hate for anybody who gets mailed for there to be any kind of confusion, and we've created some kind. So I don't know the process, and that's why I'm hesitant just to. I don't want to cause any mailing issues for the people that live on the road. So I just want to make sure, maybe staff could tell us if this is the appropriate way to change the name of a road. I'm not sure, but that's the only concern that I would have. I don't want to try and fix one problem and create another, is what I'm saying.
All right, thank you, Councillor Ritchie.
So Mr. Mayor, through you again, sorry. Yeah, does anybody have any info on that? If you could share.
You, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I think the whole point was that Heritage staff and the committee didn't have that information, and we wanted the report to be and the matter to be referred to another more appropriate department to handle this, and that's why that motion was put forward. From a Heritage perspective, we agree, but there needs to be some work done into the process and some of the impacts. So I think the recommendation was that, you know, another team be responsible for bringing that forward. So I'm not sure what the impacts, what the right way to rename a road is. But from a planning and heritage perspective, we thought it would be appropriate to refer it to the more appropriate staff to carry that forward.
If I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, given that the postal code doesn't change, and this is just a correction as opposed to a name change. You know, Sobey is still Sobey. And it makes no change to the postal code, which is how Canada Post actually finds your home. Yeah. So I would think that this is a kind of a non-starter.
Yeah, Schlang.
Through you, Mayor. The motion is fine. Like, we'll take it from here. We don't, before we complete it, we'll make sure we got all our ducks in a row to make sure there's no other hardship to anyone on that street. So the motion is fine as it stands. We'll take it as a team and make sure we do it right.
Great, that's good to hear. So I'll read it again. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee Council endorsement package be approved with the following amendment to the resolution of the name change request to Sobey Road, be that the item be expedited and referred to the appropriate staff for correction, and Canada Post be informed on this matter. Recorded vote.
Yes.
Counselor Dunstall, Counselor Dunstall, okay.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, sorry, I had you double muted. Sorry. Yeah, I'm a yes.
Okay. Counselor Frake,
Yes.
Counselor Cadwell,
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie,
Yes.
Counselor Sharp,
Yes.
Counselor Vane,
Yes.
Counselor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
that's carried.
All right, now we're moving to item 6, adoption of previous minutes. Counselor Frake?
Yeah, I'd like to lift item B, the GDAC committee minutes.
All right, that will be noted. Should we approve these ones and then just? All right. All right, just need a mover and seconder for the remainder of the minutes not lifted. Moved by Counselor Frake, second by Counselor Cadwell. Moved by Counselor Frake, second by Counselor Cadwell. Resolved that the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee meeting minutes of September 14th, the active Grimsby Advisory minutes of September 15th, and the Committee of Adjustment meeting minutes of September 21st be received. And the Heritage minutes are as amended. Counselor Frake?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Yeah, I'd just like to get some clarification on a few things on in the minutes of the GDAC meeting of the.
Okay, so we need first I'm reading the remainder of the minutes. So I thought you had a question on that. If not, this is just an all in favor. And then we'll go to the GDAC. So Councillor Cadwell, are you speaking on the GDAC or are you?
No, thank you, Mayor Jordan. I'm just going to speak on the Heritage meeting that was on September 14th. I sent an email out. I was present at that meeting. I didn't get a response back, but I was at the meeting too. Thank you.
I just don't think you're on the committee, that's all. Councillor Bothwell?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, normally all members of council are invited to, similar to any member of the public, to watch the streaming. We would not normally acknowledge if you're on the screen. No, you're not a member. But thank you, Councillor Cadwell, for listening in. And I hope I didn't miss anyone else who also listened in, but wasn't present on the screen, because you don't actually have to join the Zoom in order to watch our Heritage meetings. So thank you.
All right, so I read this resolution. All in favor?
Okay.
And that's carried. All right, and the lifted minutes are the Grimsby Economic Development Committee. We've got a mover and seconder. We'll get it on the floor for discussion. Moved by Councillor Frake, seconder, Councillor Bothwell. And Councillor Frake, you wanted to comment on them?
Well, I guess, yeah, a bit of a comment, but also if the chair or Harry could clarify a few things actually in terms of progress stats. In under business, under number 5 on the minutes, you talk about a business retention expansion working group up. It was an update, but there's no information there to tell us about what the progress is in that particular area. I'm just wondering if Councillor Cadwell or Councillor Ritchie or Harry can give me a little bit of an update as to what the progress was on that particular report, because it's not on here. There's no details.
It looks like the CIO has his hand up. Harry? All right, Harry or Councillor Cadwell, who wants to go first?
I'll go if it's okay.
All right.
Or Councillor Cadwell, do you want to go first?
No, you can start off, Harry. I'm happy with that, and I will comment too.
Yeah, the team provided a fulsome update on how many businesses that surveys have been sent out to, how many responses we've had to date, what some of the next steps will be in October. We're looking at a face-to-face meeting with some of the businesses that have responded. Tomorrow we'll be setting up some possible dates for that in October. Also, just how that information will feed the other working group on the economic development strategy. So there was a number of updates. Council had seen an update previously by Susan, and this was just a follow-up to that.
Yeah, I still don't hear any details though. I mean, how many companies, what types of companies, have you made any progress? Have you met with any of them? Or I just don't see details on here that give me enough information to tell me what is actually going on and what's happening and what's coming up.
Yeah, through you, of course, we haven't met with them yet. The surveys are out. There has not been a great response back to the surveys. They've gone to more of a short form survey that they provided as well. The survey closes on September 30th, the end of this week. We will have a fulsome response in October and how many participated and how we're moving forward.
Okay, well, okay, that was that item. But I also wanted to ask a question, same question actually, of item C under business as well. I don't know if Councillor Cadwell wanted to respond to my first one there before I go to the next one.
Yep,
Councillor Cadwell. I'd be happy to, thank you, through the mayor. Yeah, as what CA mentioned about with the presentation by Susan with regards to the BR&E, I attended the chamber. They had a breakfast at JJ's last Friday morning, and also Rebecca gave a huge shout out to the businesses that were there. It was very well attended to get the businesses to do these surveys. So again, I think it's a great survey. I've had a look at it, and that it's just again, we need to just get a little bit more input, but it's moving forward. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that.
And just for a clarification, that was actually on Thursday morning at JJ's. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I know that Susan Manuel gives great updates. So could we get a copy of her presentation? That's the first thing. I'd like to get it because I'd like to see something more detailed. The second thing is, can you share with us a copy of the survey that's going out to businesses? Because I'd like to see that.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Vardy, we'll share the full presentation with all of council. We can send that out tomorrow or the next day. The surveys on Let's Talk Business, we'll send you that link and you'll see the complete survey there as well. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I look forward to reading it.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through Mayor Jordan. I just went back in my email and double checked. Every single councillor was provided an invitation to or a link to the GDAC meeting. And if you go back to the date of the email, which is September 17th, you can actually go to the link and Susan Manuel's presentation is there, available for everyone to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ritchie. I wasn't able to attend the meeting. I was in surgery. But anyways, I'm sure that there's been some progress since that presentation. So thank you for that. If I might move on, under business, item C, same question, I guess. Harry, your name is on this one. And can you give me some type of a progress report on that in terms of numbers? How many companies have participated, and what types of money's been paid out, and so on and so forth for the Buy Local campaign? Grimsby's got it. I don't see any details on here for that one either. And maybe again, it's a case of where there's a document that you can send out.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Freit. On October 4th, I'll be providing a summary report of the grants received and the impact. But again, there's been tremendous uptake. We have about 47 businesses that have joined the Grimsby Got It local business directory. There's about 1,600 hits on the Grimsby Got It website. There was a number of giveaways and contributions that people have made in kind, up to about 40,000, leveraging the $15,000 grant plus the 5,000 in kind from the town of Grimsby. The Chamber of Commerce had also wanted to keep the momentum going till the end of the year, and they applied for a grant at the Ontario Chamber of Commerce for $50K. So they'll be receiving that. Our original grant was actually expiring Labor Day. So the Chamber of Commerce will continue the program to the end of December. And I'll provide a report on October 4th where you
So
see
there's
more
been,
detail.
so there's been new grant money awarded to the chamber.
The chamber. Yeah.
So is the chamber spending that, or is that going through GDAC?
No, it's going through the chamber. We'll be a supportive group, but the chamber itself applied for the funding to the Ontario Chamber of Commerce and received that grant.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. On the Grimsby's Got It, how are you measuring the impact? I mean, not just quantitatively, like so many people went to the website, but qualitatively, what change came about as a result of it?
Through you, Mayor. Some of the metrics that we've maintained is the business relationships that have networked together. There's about 47 businesses that have shared information and promoting Grimsby Got It local purchasing. We've also looked at how we leveraged that 15K. If you look at that, it's been leveraged by some in-kind contributions of over 40K. There was also a website where people could actually log in where they bought local. And as you know, not many people would do that, but a total contribution about 50,000 was recorded, which we feel is a fraction of the amount of purchases that were made by local businesses throughout the program. And I guess the biggest impact is how it's going to continue, beyond September to the end of December and continue to grow and expand.
So how do you measure the difference between the purchases people were going to make anyway? Did you do a baseline? Did you take baseline data of what the purchasing was with these businesses, and measuring that against, post this initiative? I mean, did you do a baseline and something that you can actually measure qualitatively?
Through you, Mayor, I feel the KPIs that the team has established provide some indicator that there was uptake, but no, that type of extensive data analysis hasn't been done, nor will it be done.
I worry, well, I mean, I guess it's up for the committee to worry about that. If you don't establish that kind of measurable metrics, people might be more reluctant to give you money another time around. So, and it's also hard to evaluate the performance of initiative unless you state what your evaluation measurement is going to be before you start.
Through you, Mayor, the activities have proven beneficial that the Ontario Chamber saw it as positive, providing 50K of additional funding to our chamber to continue it for year end. So there is some good indicators, although they're activity based, there are some good indicators of progress.
If I may, Mayor Jordan, to the getting that indicator database, actually getting it right from the businesses. If the businesses are willing to give you that information on their sales volume and all those other factors that are played in with that, that's great to help us out too. But you just might find some businesses not willing to give that information forward. So. Also, if I may, Mayor, now that we're talking GDAC, I'd just like to, we had a delegation from Ashley McCallum, which for the downtown reimage, for the where it's set up between the Harmony House and the motorcycle place, the little laneway there. And I just want to give a huge shout out to Kevin at Harmony House, who's been working with Ashley to get this reimaging corridor area downtown set up in that. I've been hearing some very, very positive and good responses from that. So actually, I just popped by Harmony House last Friday. So anyways, kudos to Kevin for being a very strong partner with that. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. And again, I appreciate all those efforts that the businesses did to do that that neat little parkette there downtown as part, and watching how the downtown reimagined works out. I was hoping it would have been expanded to Ontario Street, because I think we do have another key opportunity there for businesses on that little leg to be recognized and to look at how that can be incorporated into our vision for the downtown. I think there's properties there that are strong potential. So I do hope that maybe as we move that forward, that we don't forget that little leg of Ontario Street. The other concern I just had, though, it's a great initiative, was that the other side of that building, so not where the alleyway that it was used for the display, on the other side of that building, not the Harmony side, but the other side, they had put through a proposal, I believe, to do a second story walkout over top of a shed that's over in that alley. So I just want to make sure that anything we do, if it's any kind of a permanent installation, that we just watch from a planning perspective, because we had residences and businesses on the second floors of those buildings that end up, expansions or building changes that come about as a result of new owners or tenants. So I just know that's what's happening on the other side of the building, I believe. So just making sure we're selecting areas that are going to be long-term when we're looking at some kind of an installation of that kind that's permanent. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell, is that between CIBC?
I believe it is.
There? Is that what you're talking about?
I think it's that side of the building. Yeah. So it's just, when I saw this one and it has that little jut out with like a storage shed or something on the side where the alleyway was, it was redesigned. There is also another little like storage area or access area there as well. I'm just saying, as we move forward, it's going to restrict what can be done to those buildings if we use those alleyways. Like if anyone's looking at doing modifications to the heritage buildings on the second levels or whatever, or doing window changes or something. It's just something to think about. Right now, it's not an issue. It's just when we're looking at the future growth, future plans, it's just something to consider. Thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Why? I don't disagree with Councillor Bothwell's comments about looking at other areas. I just wanted to remind everyone that I do believe that the little parkette is on private property, and the money to do what happened came privately. Never cost the town a single dime. So the individual Kevin put his own money forward to make a beautiful space like this to help downtown reimagine and help it to grow. And I thank him. And like I said, if more businesses are prepared to come out and pay for things such as these, I welcome in multiple places. I don't see why I can, but right now I think it was a great gesture from that business. And I don't think it would have happened if it wasn't for his in-kind contribution. Now, I could be wrong, maybe speaking out of turn, but I do believe that that my point, and I'm on point there. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions and comments, moved by Councillor Frick, second by Councillor Bothwell, resolved that the Grimsby Economic Development Committee meeting minutes of September 22nd be received. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have Regional Councilor update. Councilor Furtick. Good evening.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan, and good evening, Council. I just want to spend a little bit of time tonight just to update you a little bit further on the Lincoln Niagara Transit. I am the vice chair of that particular committee, but having said that, we're reaching out to the media as well as the public, and we want the public and yourselves to go to the website called movingtransitforward.ca and do the little short survey that's on there. It's extremely important that we get as much feedback as we can. What have we got now? We've got 3 conventional transit systems. And we also have the Niagara Specialized Transit and the NRT, Niagara Regional Transit on Demand. And the NRT on Demand, believe it or not, there is 8 municipalities out of the 12 that have NRT on Demand. To settle the long-term goals for Niagara, it can't be done by piecemeal. We need to do this all together. Where we're going, consolidating all these transit provides into one integrated system is how we would address these problems. One consistent fee structure, one consistent operating hours and integrating schedules. The Lincoln Niagara Transit Commission was formed to develop a model for a truly consolidated system for all of Niagara. So why are we doing this? Well, we're doing our homework, and we certainly have a plan that'll work for the future. It's important to remember as well that a huge impetus for this proposal is making sure we're setting the stage for GO. GO is coming to Grimsby, and it's not going to be too long from now. Our commitments are growing. The influx of residences from the GTA are expecting a robust, coordinated transit system. The planned GO station in Grimsby needs to be able to link residences to anywhere in Niagara. As we have said, now is the time for Niagara. We can't afford to get left behind any longer. I'd like to point out that the proposal was created through the collaboration work of senior staff from the region and all 12 municipalities through the Governance Steering Committee. It's developed with everybody around the table. The service plan that we have is that, for instance, year 1 and 2, we are going to standardize the operating hours across Niagara to address some of the immediate problems that come from having a variety of different transit systems. By year 3, we're evaluating specialized transit services to Niagara, like the NRT on Demand, Niagara Specialized Transit, and other operators, and exploring how to better integrate these services into the wider system. The plan, Transit Commission Board, is the Transit Commission Board with proportional representation from all Niagara municipalities. Currently, there would be 15 members, 3 from St. Catharines, 2 from Niagara Falls, and 1 from the other 10 municipalities. All municipalities will have a voice, and the representatives can be either regional or local municipal councillors. There is also what is called a 20-member advisory board made up of Niagara residences, business groups, and others, ensuring that these people have a direct say in the future of the consolidated transit system. Transit in Niagara today is funded by a combination of both regional and local levies. We need to obtain something called a triple majority. We expect that the triple majority will be going to the region very possibly in the next month. So, fellow councillors, I ask you to please go on there and go on the website and take that movingtransitforward.ca survey. We need your opinions, and we need the public to also go onto the same site. Thanks, Mayor. I see that on one of your agenda items that you have a letter of recommendation that is going to the province to look at reviewing decreasing the speed limit from 50 to 40. That is very important. St. Catharines has already adopted it, but we're asking that all municipalities have a good look at it. Other than that, Mayor, I'm going to leave it for now. I've just asked for your consideration, council's consideration, to deal with the items. And thank you to Mr. Schlang also for his input in reference to this committee.
Thank you, Councillor Furtick. It looks like we have some questions from council. Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I appreciate your presentation. Councillor Furtick, thank you on transit. I have a little aside question, and it's just with regards to our council agenda has a correspondence from the DIA with respect to the bylaw that was passed by the region on August 26th to remove the parking spaces in front of Coronation Park. And we received it as correspondence at the September 7th meeting, where the correspondence from Niagara Region said that the bylaw was passed and came into force on August the 26th to restrict where parking would be prohibited on Regional Road 81 Main Street west from Patton Street to Christie Street, Mountain Street, which effectively removed those loading spaces in front of Coronation Park. I'm just wondering that if council were to look at what actions we could take to, since this bylaw has already been passed by Niagara Region, what steps could we take to have them either relook at that, or is there any option to do so? Because I think the concern was that it was done without any consultation or input at all from town staff that we're aware of. Didn't see anything on it till it just happened.
Thanks through you, Mayor Jordan, to Councillor Bothwell. I got to turn the clock back at least a year or two, where we had discussions with the region in reference to those. And I have to say that my counterpart at Grimsby is Councillor Frake, who is on the Transportation Committee. And we have reviewed many items with the region in reference to transportation issues. I brought that up simply because I wanted the region to have a look at it. And this was last year, by the way. I certainly did not know that all of a sudden this was going to happen today. Those two particular parking spaces, if you read the rest of the letter from the region, Councillor Bothwell, you'll see that the region doesn't do this. They do a study, and they did the study. The study came up with, I don't have the letter in front of me because I didn't know this was coming to the forefront tonight. But having said that, let me see if I can find it.
If it's the letter that was in our correspondence, it really didn't give us any background about how it came about. It just, the bylaw just basically said that whereas a memorandum dated August 18th has been received from the Director of Transportation Services in accordance with said policy, requesting the clerk to prepare and present to council an amending bylaw to the parking prohibition there. So it really didn't give us any background on how this came about in the correspondence we received.
I know there was a letter that came from the region, and I sent it through, and I'm not sure exactly who I sent it to. But having said that, the study that they did do is they were very specific that those two parking spaces were in fact a safety issue. There was something like 14 or 16,000 cars per day that went through that particular area. And you'll most likely find that the region is going to be doing more studies in the downtown because there's been so many complaints in reference to the traffic. And I know that I have complained to the region many times. So I can't be any more specific, sorry, but I can certainly send you a copy of the letter that was sent to me from the clerk.
That would be perfect. Thank you.
To substantiate that.
Thank you.
Also in that same letter, Councillor Bothwell, you might want to tell your constituents on Casablanca that I have convinced them to decrease the speed limit from 60 to 50. We're sort of, they were going to change it anyway when they restructured all the roads and everything next year, but I've convinced them that the traffic is it's just too speedy. That's all.
I meant to give you a pat on the back at the September 7th meeting. I don't think you were there, but anyway, I meant to, because I did say this is awesome news. So we appreciate those efforts to reduce the speed. It is one area that my constituents have raised the concern. So I'm really glad to see that come to fruition. Thank you for your efforts on that. And I appreciate your clarification on the other matter. Thank you very much.
I'll send you a copy of the letter. I'll send all the council if you want. Not a problem.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. Through you to Regional Councillor Furtick. Just looking for an update, Councillor. I was out cycling this afternoon along Regional 81. Treacherous part of cycling from Casablanca to Oaks Road, cycling west, where the shoulders you cannot cycle on at all. There was a couple other cyclists that were out there too that we passed, and everybody's riding on the sidewalks. So I'm just curious, is there any updates to the construction? I know I believe a while ago you mentioned it might have something to do with the Casablanca road work there, but it is treacherous. It really is. It's not safe to ride on the shoulder at all. Again, when you're on the sidewalk, you've got to be very cognizant of people walking on the sidewalk. So any updates at all to that work that I think a couple years ago was supposed to happen? But anyways, thank you.
Through the mayor to Councillor Cadwell, I'm told it's going to be definitely done next year. Actually, I was in contact with Brandon, the Public Works Director. First of all, they're going to change some of the construction where they're going to put in curbs and storm sewers. That's a great time to do it when it's all torn up. And my question is, maybe to you and council, I don't know what your budgets are like, but why would they not consider putting in sewers? Because everybody from Casablanca, almost Oak Road, there's nobody on sewers. So that would be the time to be doing the construction. So I am told that they will be putting in curbs, they will be putting in sewers, and I believe that Brandon, I'm sure he's been notified by now, but if he hasn't, I'll ask Ms. Ryle to forward it to him. So next year, everything's next year. It's
Fingers
election.
crossed.
We got to have it done next year. It's election year.
Yeah, it's been a couple of years already, but thank you for that update.
Well,
anyway.
it's better than chip and tar. Let's put it that way.
I won't even comment on that. Thanks.
Well, anyway.
Thank you for your update, Councillor Furtick. And you
You're
have
welcome.
a good evening.
I
Not
certainly
kicking you
will.
out. You're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, but.
I normally do. Thank
All
you.
right, we're moving to number 8, our consent agenda. Need a mover and seconder. Oh, Councillor Bothwell.
Sorry, Mayor Jordan, I'm looking to lift an item, please.
Sure.
So the coalition, the Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities Land Acknowledgement, as well, if we're moving through the Public Works consent, the departmental update, 8.3A. And then are we going to do the consents all individually, or because if we're moving through them
Altogether?
quickly, then I also want to lift 8.4C.
All right, that is so noted.
Thank you.
All right. Need a mover and seconder for the rest of the consent agenda. Moved by Councillor Frank, second by Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Frank, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole hereby approves the following items, and the various consent items be approved on the recommendation as contained therein. Report DPW 2122 Traffic Bylaw Office Consolidation 2021 Update. Report DPW 2124 Bylaw Amendment to 1682 Place Polonais and Terrace Drive Parking Restrictions. Report PA 21-36 Draft Plan of Standard Condominium 26CD-16-2102 27 John Street. Report PA 2138 Draft Plan of Standard Condominium 26CD-16-2101 10 Windward Drive. And that, oh, okay, that's it. All in favor?
Hey.
And that is carried. All right, we're going to move now to section 8.1A, report CAO 2116, Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities Update, Joint Land Acknowledgement. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. So I was reading through this report, and is there an action item on this that we'll be taking today?
Yeah, I'll read the resolution and resolve that report CAO 2116 land acknowledgement statements dated September 27, 2021 be received, and that the short, long and documents version of the land acknowledgement statements found in Appendix A be received, and that the short version be recited at council and committee meetings on a go-forward basis, and that town staff continue to work with the Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities to review and update the land acknowledgement statements as new understandings of treaties and agreements in the Niagara region evolve. So that's a resolution.
Yeah, thank you. So I just have some comments about the versions. I'm happy that we're getting to this item, and I took the time to review this and do a little bit of research on it. My opinion about the short version. I wonder if we could remove the reference across Turtle Island and have it just say that there are many First Nations, Métis, Inuit people that live and work in Niagara today. I find that it's lacking in context and that it can confuse the listeners. And I think that it would be better suited for the long version. So I would like to propose an amendment.
Councillor Sharp, you can propose that, but this was done in consultation with the First Nation communities. So it is working with the region and the communities to get this the way they wanted. So you can propose something, but I'm certainly, my opinion is I'm quite happy the way it was hammered out. So
through you, Mayor, to the council. Yes, there was a tremendous amount of stakeholder engagement with the Niagara Indigenous community, with the Mississaugas of the First Nation, with the Six Nations of Grand River, with the Haudenosaunee, with co-chair of the Summer Games and the Indigenous partnerships. I really would strongly recommend that we not modify anything on the short or long term. As the resolution reads, we will continue to do more research and refine, but at this point, there's been months of stakeholder engagement that I would not recommend modifying anything.
Well, okay. Why wasn't council involved in this? I mean, we're a stakeholder, aren't we?
it was a directive done through the region and with the First Nations. So it was region directed, and it was done over actually last term of council, of regional council, and this term. So it's something that's been in the works for certainly a long time, and it's
So,
something.
I mean, I guess there's some benefit to it because, like, when you read the line, there are many First Nation, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. I mean, I was quite confused when I read that, and then I did some research and I looked up, and I guess Turtle Island is a reference to North America, and I don't know a lot about it, but I guess that means Inuit and Indigenous and Métis people from across North America that live and work in Niagara today. So I just worry that it's unclear, right? And I think that this is the short version and there's a long version. Who is there anyone that we can consult with about this, or it's just we have to approve this?
Well, you can vote whatever way you want, but I'm certainly being involved in this as part of the region for all of this term. It's something that there's a lot of people work very hard on this, and I'm quite happy with it right now. And as it says in the resolution, it can evolve. Councilor CIO Schlang.
Mayor, if I may, Rachel's with us. She's part of the coalition of municipalities. She's been participating in this, so we could take your input back to the entire team and, maybe, look at it more deeply, your concerns. So we've heard them, and we'll take that back.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel, and thank you, CEO Schlang.
No problem. And Mayor Jordan, if I may, to Councillor Sharp, we are also going to be developing a guide that goes along with this statement that we will share with all councils. That will give a bit more background information on the treaties mentioned, as well as answer frequently asked questions. So again, Councillor Sharp, if you have anything specific you would like answered, please feel free to share that, and I'll be sure that I pass it along to the group.
Yeah, so just my comment is that it makes it confusing. When I read that, I don't know what it means, and I think it might be better suited for the long version where it could be explained, but it's up to the committee, I guess. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Having heard a number of land acknowledgement statements and looking at this one, I'm pleased that we've come to this point where, in consultation with numerous stakeholders in the Indigenous community, that it's now come to this point, considering that my original motion was July 20th, 2020, and we're now a year past into it, and that staff have put a tremendous amount of time and effort into getting it right with the community stakeholders. I also appreciate very much that we had a number of passionate youth in our community reach out to us to see what we were doing. And that's how this all started back in July of 2020. Some Brock University, Brock University has an Aboriginal Educational Council. If you go on their website, it's to help support student-centered equality partnership between Brock University and the Indigenous community that enhances educational outcomes with cultural competency and cultural safety. And some of these students helped me as well and reviewed the Niagara Region statement and provided some comments on it. One of them and I mentioned it to the clerk, that textually the word Indigenous peoples with an S is used more appropriately, but I'll leave that with the clerk to just clarify again with the groups that wrote it. And I look forward to this being an educational opportunity, not just a statement that we make and we walk away from. And as the conclusion notes, that with guidance from local Indigenous groups, we're going to continue to further our commitment to protecting, preserving, and honoring Indigenous history and culture within our community, because it's very rich in Grimsby. And I think that as counselors, we have a duty to educate ourselves and our staff. And I hope that CAO Schlang comes forward with some opportunities for council and staff to continue that education path forward on Indigenous peoples in Grimsby and how we can work towards reconciliation and to a better relationship all around with our partners. So I leave that with CAO Schlang, because I think it's a great, if we can see some of those activities, they will tie in nicely to our commitments to the coalition of inclusive municipalities that we're a part of as well with the region. So we're looking forward to a report on what action items we're doing with that towards those commitments as well. So thank you very much for getting it to this point, and I look forward to moving forward with further education on it. Thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to state that I support the Turtle Island reference. I think it's entirely appropriate. And I'll be supporting this statement as it has been crafted with those in consultation with those who are most impacted, interested, involved. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vardy, and thank you very much, Rachel, for all your hard work in this, and Councillor Bothwell as well. I have the resolution moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that report CAO 2116 land acknowledgement statements dated September 21st or 27th, 2021 be received, and that the short, long, and documents version of the land acknowledgement statements found in Appendix A be received, and that the short version be recited at council and committee meetings on a go-forward basis, and that staff continue to work with the coalition of inclusive municipalities to review and update the land acknowledgement statements as new understandings of treaties and agreements in the Niagara region evolve. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frey,
Yes.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right. Now we're moving to 8.3A, report DPW 21-21, department update for public works. Councillor Bothwell.
I just want to give a quick shout out to Brandon Wortman, Director Wortman, and his team in Public Works for putting this forward. It's really great to see this type of an update provided to council. gives us an overview of the pressures and the demands that are on their team, what the priorities are. It helps us to better communicate with our constituents when we're asked questions. I just know that every time I needed to reach out that they've been awesome and being very responsive and dealing with the concerns that come up from my constituents. So I just want to do a big shout out. This is a great information piece, and I hope that members of the public do go to it and have a look at it. It gives a lot of background information on the current projects that they're undertaking. So again, it's just basically to give a big shout out to all the staff in Public Works for all their hard work in supporting the community and supporting council. Thank you.
Councillor Frick.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Yeah, I'd like to echo exactly those same sentiments. I think this is a great report and is one that I'm sure I'll be able to use for reference when asked by residents about a lot of the items which are on here. And I must admit, Brandon, I'm really pleased to see so many items on here which relate to water disposition and stormwater and so on and so forth. Good report, and thank you so much for putting all this together. It helps me understand a lot of the things you guys do and how much you do. So thank you very much, and we look forward to working with you going forward. Thank you very much.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, I'm going to follow suit here too. Thanks, Mayor Jordan. Brandon, great work, great report. Just shows how many positive things are going on in Grimsby. A lot of things that, again, with this report, people can review it. A lot of things behind the scenes going on, and good work by staff. Thanks, Brandon, and your team.
Yeah, and thank you very much, Brandon, and everyone at Public Works for this comprehensive report. I just need a mover and seconder to receive it now. Moved by Councillor Frey, second by Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Frey, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that report DPW 21-21 Public Works Department update dated September 27th, 2021 be received for information. All in favor?
Yay.
And that's carried. And we move to 8.4. Okay, 11.1. Now we move to 11.1A, report DPW 21-23 traffic safety program update. Brandon, hello again.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, and thank you for those kind words. I appreciate that. This report is with respect to our traffic safety program update to address two of the recent motions staff received with respect to traffic safety. There are 2 or 3 additional traffic motions or traffic related motions that are coming in the following meeting. So I just didn't want any councillors feeling left out. They will be coming. Staff are presently working on the background for the motions, and again, they'll be brought back in the following meetings. The 2 motions that are addressed in this report are respect to the overall traffic safety program and the request for additional information with respect to the pilot project for off-duty police officers to provide additional enforcement. So I've tried to cover both of those in this report. To tackle the first motion, the report summarizes various components of the traffic safety program. Information presented is essentially building on the information that was presented to council as part of the educational workshop that we did last month. As it was presented previously, I'm going to spare you from having to listen to it again, but it is in that report if you read through it again, if you want to. The information I'd like to share with you is some of the additional program considerations that we've identified in the report. So this is new information that we haven't already communicated to council. And I just starting on that note, we were able to follow up with our local staff sergeant, Sergeant Perrant, Staff Sergeant Perrant, to discuss ways that we could enhance our collective response and to speed concerns. At this meeting, we were able to discuss the traffic data we were collecting on a regular basis and ways we could share the information with the NRP to allow them to provide more efficient enforcement response. Essentially, the information we were able to provide to them will help them focus their enforcement activities down to the best time of day or day of the week based on the speed trends that we're able to demonstrate through the data. So We've agreed to we've agreed to meet on a formal basis at least twice a year to go over our traffic safety programs and how we're communicating and looking at ways we can continually improve our collaboration on traffic related concerns. Another initiative we're working on is adding to our complement of monitoring tools. We've applied to the province for funding roughly 85,000 in funding to support the purchase of new monitoring equipment. We're hoping to hear back on the status of that later this fall. Should we not hear back, should we not be successful in that, we will be coming back to council with a potential funding request for probably a reduced scope on equipment. So we can do that as part of the next year's budget process. On the public education side of things, over the winter, staff are going to be building a web page that allow us to more effectively communicate with the public about traffic related issues. And we're going to also be looking at ways we can make sure council is kept informed on our progress. Initially, we're thinking of maybe a State of the Union annual report that we can kind of similar to what we do for our roads quality management system. Bring a report forward that outlines some of the complaints that we received, how many things that we've analyzed, the warrants that we reviewed, and so on. So that horizon for next year as well. Last item I wanted to mention is the notice of motion regarding the paid off-duty police officers, and this would be for the enhanced enforcement activities. We did have an option to explore the opportunity with the NRP staff sergeant when we met earlier this month. So at this point, we're suggesting that we hold off on making that decision and defer it to a later date. We're confident that with the enhancements that we're making with respect to the monitoring, data collection, and improvements in how we communicate to the NRP, that it'll allow them to focus their efforts on problematic areas as part of their normal duties. So we're going to try to focus on, instead of hey, we have a speeding problem on this street, it's hey, we have a speeding problem on this street at this time, at this day of the week, which then they're not, scrambling or trying to chase shadows. It's we can point them into the right time, the right location, supported by the data that we have. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you, Brandon. Councillor Vane.
Just in regards to Brandon's last comments about the off-duty paid duty officers, recently, over the past few weeks, we've had a number of police officers that have made the opportunity to come down to Winston Road, for example. In one 15-minute period, they got 3 people. I think total, they got something like over 3 or 4 periods of time, and they were only there for short periods of time because they can only do so much. Because contrary to any positive thinking, NRP is just too busy to be doing regular traffic. So they've got a number of people, and I've noticed locals have noticed this. It's been posted on Facebook by a number of people in the area. So people the locals are noticing it. But what we're not getting is the guy who went by my back window the other day doing 110 on a motorcycle in a 50-kilometer zone down Winston Road. I actually called NRP right away and told them about this guy because he's looking to die somewhere or kill somebody. But the point is, we can reduce we could reduce speed limits down to 5 kilometers an hour if you want. Who's going to enforce it? We have 5 officers that do all of Smithville, all of Beamsville, all of Grimsby. They just don't have the manpower. Lately, they've been very fortunate to give us some extra time. But if St. Catharines or Niagara Falls is short an officer, guess who they pull from? Grimsby. If we have a bank robbery or if we have a domestic assault, all the officers go. We have a major emergency, all the officers go. If we don't have the enforcement, nothing's going to happen. We can all live this pipe dream that we're all going to get better. It's not going to happen. Anyways, I still strongly support the idea of paid duty officers. I agree with what Brandon's saying. I think it's excellent that we find and target. But at the same time, if we don't start making some extra enforcement, it's just going to get worse. That's why they're seizing, the OPP seized hundreds of cars over the past several months for speeding. Up in, I forget where it was, NRP was on some road doing radar, and they got 33 vehicles in like an hour. One of them was for stunt driving, which is 50 and over. So the problem's there. I mean, again, we're living a pipe dream if we think it's going to get all better. So just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Payne. And just a note, you're not showing up on the screen, so I don't know what the problem is, but we can't see you. So, Councillor Cadwell.
Just to let you know, I'm having problems with my computer tonight. I said that at the beginning of the meeting. I'm having problems. Like I sometimes you guys are going in and out too. So I'm trying to fix it. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you, Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Great report, Brandon. I'm just referencing page 8 of page 9, again, where you spoke about the public education, and that's very important coming from the town. But also what's really great to see around town is the public seems to be getting more involved with trying to educate drivers by putting I see a lot more of those please slow down. There are I think a lot of the signs come from CAA, but good quality signs, and it's good to see that the public is getting on board and again, educating drivers to slow down. So great work by the public moving forward on this too. Just want to comment on that. Seen a lot. Thank you.
Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. So question and comment to Brandon. Thanks for the report. And my comment is with regard to the policing. I know that like the largest single portion of our tax bill goes to the Niagara region for the Niagara Regional Police. So I know we're already spending a lot of money on the police service, and that they're doing the best job they can. Do we get a certain amount of police? Like, is there any way to quantify the amount we pay versus the amount we receive from the police service?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to defer to CEO Schlang on this.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Sharp. That's a much broader question. As you know, it's based on assessment, on what we're in the allocation of the fee, and there isn't sort of service levels for each specific municipality unless you pay for them. Like for sometimes there was additional support around the casino for some time, and that was paid for by the city of Niagara Falls. So again, it's a much broader question that we can go into detail maybe offline a bit, but
yeah. So I know my house is worth or assessed a lot higher than a house in Welland or a house in Port Colborne or St. Catharines, and so I know we're paying a significant amount to the Niagara Regional Police. So I'm not really eager to pay more for off-duty police to come here, and I'm more inclined to ask the Niagara Regional Police to find a way to make good on the amount we're paying for the police service, so that we get the services that we need, even if it's just for traffic. We pay for some of the police service, and that portion, I'd like to get our value out of that. I don't know how it can be done, but that's something I'd like to see, rather than us pay more to get service when we're already paying. And I don't know how we can do that. The other thing, just a quick question, is in some areas, like maybe by Winston Road, is there any value in putting signs up that say speed is police enforced? Like just to remind people, or to remind out-of-towners who are just kind of passing through to go to a certain place, like, oh, hey, be careful, this area is enforced by police, and it's more passive. We don't have to pay the sign to be there. We just pay the cost once to put the sign up, and that's it. Is there any value in that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Sharp, I think just as we kind of explained in our previous education session, the simply putting signs up, we haven't seen to be very effective. Drivers typically drive to the condition of the road, characteristics of the road. So that's why when we look at things like a warrant review, we're looking at where those indicators or where those criteria have been met to allow us to advance the review into a further level of detail on and look at things like traffic calming and narrowing the roads and stuff like that. So that's where, you know, when we receive a complaint about a certain area, we do it, run it through our warrants and make sure, do our warrants met? And if they are met, then we'll look at a number of options in terms of looking at ways to reduce the calming or the speeds of the vehicles on the road. Signs by themselves haven't been effective, but there are a number of tools in our toolbox, for lack of a better term, to allow us to mitigate that speeding where it is warranted.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Maybe we could instead put up a sign like a scoreboard with one of those flip downs, number of tickets given this month, all right? Like, and to warn people like to drive safely. Anyhow, thank you, and thanks, Mayor Jordan.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Thank you, Director Wortman, again for this excellent report. I just want to also thank you for your staff for putting on the town website the I want to, and then if people go to the town website to the right of the top bar, it has a green I want to, and if you click on that drop down, you can I want to report an issue, and there's a whole list of different things that residents can submit to the town through this I want to report an issue: animal control, bylaw enforcement, drinking water quality, driveway culvert issues, garbage, parking, and traffic related issues is there as well. And there's a little drop down for speeding and traffic safety. It does direct you to the NRP, but it also says if there's anything else that that you can report the issue online: intersection related, road signs, other traffic, and there's a whole bunch of different categories. So I think this is a great way for the community to use this tool, so you can, like you said, triage it, look at the priorities, track them better. Council can make better informed decisions as to where you're finding the hot button issues are and what's coming in. So I think it's great to encourage, as a councillor, I'm going to be encouraging my constituents to use this report and issue tool first to see if, you know, I'm sure you guys are very responsive to these things that are filed online, and it will definitely better help and inform us than for individual, like, you know, I'm sure you're getting bombarded with all of us asking you to clarify and deal with certain issues in certain areas, and this should be the first line of inquiry so that you guys can resolve it as quickly as possible. And I think I just want to thank you again for this tool and making it, you know, much more community and user friendly. Thank you.
May I have the opportunity to speak?
Councillor Dunsley, yes, you may.
Oh, thank you. I don't know how to put my hand up when I'm on my phone. Yeah, thank you. Through you to Brandon. Brandon, I just wanted to talk a few minutes about stop signs, because I know in the report it says something to the effect that they're not very effective, but I see them used, and I've seen them added in different communities, and you know, I have a business on Light Street, and I know years ago council decided to put speed bumps in instead of stop signs because you said they're ineffective, but we still have stop signs around, and we can live by them. And I use I can think of an example in Hamilton or Stony Creek at 50 Road. The North Service Road has quite a bend if you're going west, and it goes by Lower Base Line, and I have driven over that area because I have a friend over there. And when you come east on Lower Base Line back to the North Service Road, because of the bend, it was really awkward to try and make a left turn onto the North Service Road. And eventually we see a three-way stop there now. And I guess I have a couple of intersections that I've always thought of being a bit of a concern where, and I question, I guess, how do you decide when an intersection is only a two-way stop and not a four-way? And I think of two intersections, one in, I believe it's Ward 1, and or could be 2, and here in my ward, Ward 3, and I'm thinking of Olive and Kerman, where Olive Street is the stop sign at the intersection, because I think at one point Olive wasn't a through street, it was a dead end, and Kerman was there a lot longer. So there's no stopping at Kerman, so you can drive straight through, but Olive, being the longer street, you have to stop. And the other intersection I'm thinking about is Central and Baker, which is only a two-way stop, and that's right across from the Rotary Park there, where there's lots of activity. And when do you decide when an intersection should be a four-way stop and not a two-way stop? I know somebody had an accident at Central and Baker, so I'm sure there's statistics on these intersections. And how do you decide when it can be effective? Because I know you've said in the past that stop signs are not that effective and people drive through them. I've never made a habit of driving through a stop sign. I see a stop sign, I stop. But you told me in the past that police even say that people drive through stop signs, so they're not very effective. But I haven't seen that a lot. So I've gone into other municipalities where they use a lot of stop signs along a long suburban street or an urban street, I should say, and like Burlington, for example. And I think they're effective. But you guys keep saying stop signs don't work, but we still use them. So when do you decide? I'd really like to get a more wholesome idea how these stop signs, when they are effective and when they aren't. Because, I drive around and sometimes I think, shouldn't there be a stop sign there? Oh, but they're not effective. Can you give me a little more insight into stop signs and when you really think they work and when they don't?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, when we referred to stop signs not being effective, we say they're not effective as traffic calming measures. So that's the key there. That we do have warrant criteria that if we're requested or we monitor our intersections for compliance with the rules of the road, we run the intersection through the warrant criteria and validate whether or not the intersection is functioning properly. In the most case, what you see is, in terms of the standards that we use, is if the through road having the majority of the traffic traveling on it is functioning safely, and a cross road, so that the crossroad entering onto that road is typically the one that has the stop control. If there's a number of a split, I don't know what the exact number is, but if there's a split between the through traffic and the cross traffic that is very similar to each other, that's where there might be a warrant to install a four-way stop. So it all depends on the function of the road, the amount of traffic that's traveling through that area, and that's how we assess it. With respect, I know you made a comment about a specific location on the bend of a curve. One of the indicators that we would look at is a sightline visibility issue for the intersection. That is criteria that you can establish a stop sign if there's a sightline distance issue for around a curve or something like that. So that is one of the criteria that we will consider. The other item, I lost my train of thought there. The other item was, I'm gonna have to move on because I forgot. So hopefully I answered most of it. I think, yeah. Yes, I can.
Well, it was intersections that are two-way stops. It could be four-way stops. Like I said, Central and Baker's a good example. And why do you decide? Where do you decide on which one is the two-way stop and which one isn't?
Yes. So
sorry. In an urbanized area, I mean, wouldn't the traffic be somewhat equal, or do you base it on the number of cars, or how do you figure it out?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. We do it based on the number of vehicles traveling through that area. So what you want is we're supposed to be providing efficient flow of traffic as well. So putting stop signs at every intersection. What can happen is you get the drivers agitated, irritated, and they're trying to make up the time in between the stop signs. And what it leads to is a non-compliance. So they end up rolling through the stop signs. And one of the major concerns we have with that is if we're putting stop signs in that are unwarranted and they are demonstrating a non-compliance, what happen is you have pedestrians who are entering those intersections. It's a safe area to cross, and those vehicles may not comply with the stop, which creates another conflict. So again, that's why back on the warrants to make sure we don't implement them unless they're warranted under the provincial criteria.
Well, you guys know better than I do. I just get a little confused once in a while as to how you come up with some of it, because I go back to Central and Baker, where there's a park right across the street, and it would make sense that you would have a four-way stop so people can either cross eastbound or north-southbound without risking, through traffic, causing them to get hurt. So, but like you say, people ignore stop signs, so I guess that's why you don't do it all the time. Okay. Anyhow, it's always made me wonder.
Just
Okay.
a clarification.
Just a
clarification, Brandon, and I think it's under the Highway Traffic Act. You can't use stop signs as a calming device unless they make the warrants, right? Yeah, that's correct, isn't it? Is it not?
Mr. Mayor, I hate to disagree with you, but I can honestly say I'm not sure if it's under the Highway Traffic Act or it's the traffic manuals, Ontario
Okay.
Traffic.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you can't. That's why you can't just willy-nilly put stop signs anywhere.
Yeah,
right?
definitely. We're on the side of following the acceptable practices and standards, warrant criteria, rather than just changes for the sake of making changes, right? We would want to make sure that it meets the applicable criteria, whether it's that the Traffic Act or the traffic manual standards, to make sure that before we make that decision.
Great, thank you.
So Brandon, just one more thing. So if I can find a street in another municipality that uses stop signs as traffic calming, would you be interested? Because I think I know of a street in a municipality not too far from us. They're a little larger than us. Because I drove it to go to my mechanic to get tires, and I thought, wow, there's a lot of stop signs along this street. It's almost like they're trying to slow me down. So I can't recall the name of the street, but I will check it out. I'll talk to my mechanic.
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think one thing I will add is that, staff are here to review the situation, review their questions, and provide our best judgment in terms of analyzing the data, reviewing the warrants, and giving council recommendation on whether we feel a stop sign is warranted. That's not to say can overrule staff's decision and make a decision themselves to install a stop sign. I, as staff, recommend that, but council can definitely do that. My concerns would be if we're establishing those stop signs, for lack of a better word, as a political stop sign, does that open up the municipality for future because we've installed it inappropriately? I think if that's
sure. Great answer. Great answer. Thank you.
Welcome.
Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. While we're on the topic of the two-way, four-way stop signs, I know that there's been some residents commenting to me about Kelson Road and Winston Road. And I know we have on the agenda tonight an item about potentially expanding the urban boundary to include a portion there. And also, there's poor visibility at that corner. They've got hedges, and maybe that warrants some changes. Do you have any familiarity with that intersection, Brandon?
I can't say offhand, no, but I can certainly look into that.
Yeah, hopefully it will get looked into as we look into the urban boundary expansion, and maybe if we could just look into visibility there in the immediate, in the interim.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly.
Yeah, it was Kelson and Winston. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions, thanks again for your update, Brandon. Need a mover and seconder to receive this? Mover and seconder, Councillor Cadwell, and seconder, Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that report DPW 21-23 Traffic Safety Program Update dated September 27, 2021 be received. All in favor? That's carried. Now we're moving to item 8.4B, report PA 2139 updated Niagara Regional Official Plan and Grimsby Official Plan revision. Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I have some concerns with respect to these recommendations in this report, and they were a very good delegation spoke to it earlier as to some of the concerns with recognizing the parcel on the north end of Kelson, which is between the lake and Winston Road, to the west, which is currently a farmed a piece of property with 3 parcels owned by, I believe, 3 different individuals, 2 of whom have development or a development company is one of them. And the concern I have is that it's currently designated rural, where the region, when they did their land needs assessment methodology in their report on August 11, 2021, identified of all the municipalities which ones had a community land needs or an employment area land needs. And Grimsby identified in there, yes, that there is a potential that we may need 5 additional hectares of community area land, but we also identified that we had a surplus of employment area land of 5 hectares. They basically offset each other. They net zero, because actually in that same report, the province indicates that the net community area land need in the current forecast through consultation with the province, the region has also been advised that the land needs assessment should result in a single number for land need, a blended number where community area land need and employment area land need are combined. And so there's an offsetting between the community and the employment lands, and Grimsby itself actually zeroes out on that. With the other municipalities, there are a number of them that actually will have a surplus in community land needs. So overall, to meet the provincial directives, the region works at the upper tier level, and Grimsby isn't mandated that we have to find 5 hectares. So I'm concerned that we're pushing this in this recommendation for something where we're already saying that we're going to be meeting our population density to 2051 well in advance of that time, based on the development applications that are currently coming forward. Does that mean we need these 5 hectares? Not necessarily. The provinces now also can open Bill 108 with new language to include new secondary dwellings on single detached properties. There's more potential that we can look at additional infill opportunities to meet those densities. This particular piece of property is prime agricultural in the sense that it's bordered by the 50-point conservation area and a significant woodlot. There's only 2 below the escarpment, the Irish Grove woodlot and this one at the lake that is Carolinian forest that is deemed a provincially significant woodlot. It's also an environmental protection area. There's actually natural hazard overlay as well there along the lake. So the continuity of the green belt, which is where the D&D lands are, and then next to it, it basically migrates all the way west to the 50-point conservation area. And this land ties those parcels together into one contiguous piece of basically green and rural land. So to look at it now and to pull it out and say, you know, we should be developing this and building it up, what it's going to do is essentially break that up, and it's going to cause a break in that natural heritage system, actually, that is very, very intertwined. And that's what the region is also looking at, is how to protect those natural heritage linkages. And this is one way that we can do that. So I think we have to seriously look at, you know, is this something we have to move forward with? I don't think so. The other problem is drainage and flooding, which was brought forward by the delegation as well. And the NPCA did their floodplain mapping, and they noted that the Kelson area infrastructure is not capable of handling it, and had recommendations in there of a couple $1 million of improvements to the underneath the QEW to Kelson in order to alleviate some of the floodwater issues that are occurring there. So we don't have the infrastructure. I don't even believe the water and sewer go all the way down to the lake. They only go a very small portion down Kelson. So we don't have the infrastructure to bring in additional housing supports down that road. The region also, in that same report, there's a map on where the requests that came in for the settlement area boundary requests. And it's interesting that this request from the landowner at 325 Kelson actually was submitted in 2017. It was not submitted in this current round of requests from the region. So I don't know why they pulled it from 2017, but they pulled his letter from during the Greenbelt review and have now put it into this, this report. The other two parcels of those three were recommended by the region, not by the landowners. The region put them forward for settlement area boundary review requests. So it was not put forward by the particular landowners. So I'm just concerned that we don't need to move forward with this. Their own methodology on how to determine whether a property should be assessed for the settlement area boundary review using the provincial guidelines talks about protecting the agricultural areas and the soil classes, and that how it would, what the potential impacts are to that network and the proposed additional lands contributing to the community. I think that the importance right now is maintaining the that continuity of the natural hazard lands, the natural environment, the environmental protection area, the significant woodlot, and the greenbelt lands as a contiguous whole of a natural heritage system. So I'm going to recommend that this report, number one is okay. Number two, I'm going to ask for an amendment that the region be requested to consider expansions of the settlement area boundary in the for the south of the for Kelson Avenue south of the QEW only. And then when we get to question 3, recommendation 3, which is where we start preparing an RFP for the Grimsby official plan, this is a question for staff. Normally, first of all, was this included in the budget? And I know we're trying to be proactive because all 12 municipalities are going to jump on the bandwagon and try to get the best consultants to help them with their official plans. But I just want to know, are we following the right process? Are we drafting an RFP, but it's not going anywhere because we haven't budgeted for it yet? What's the timeline? How do you see that happening? And also, I just want to understand, because it says we have to come in conformity after the region theirs has been approved, but also after I think it's fully enacted. So does that mean, because they get it approved by the province, but then there's an appeal period, and it can sometimes be a year or more before that's all cleared out, before their official plan actually is enacted. So what is the period that we have? Is it actually in 1 year, or is it from the date of their official plan actually being passed by the province, and then after all appeals have been exhausted? So I just want to clarify that, please. And if the clerk could help with drafting the amendment to point number 2, that would be much appreciated. Thank you. And if we could vote on them separately. Maybe staff can answer the question about the official plan while clerk's drafting my amendment to number 2.
Yes, I agree. Yes, Councillor Bothwell's question for number 3. Terry, are you going to answer that? Perfect. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your question, Councillor Bothwell. I just want to clarify, first of all, What we're suggesting is that the town recommend to region that they consider it. They are doing a broad consideration, as Councillor Bothwell suggested, of all of their employment as well as their community land needs across the region as a whole. To look at all of their land needs assessment. They had a May version and they had an August version. The 5 hectares of community land has been consistent in the May as well as the August versions. The -5 in employment just came through in the most recent August version. They changed a few things when they were looking at this. One of the things to consider is they're very different components. So, well, yes, it's very true. They when they go to the province, there will be one number. They have to look at both separately. They're not like you can't exchange the one for the other. So that's just, I just wanted to clarify that. So the 3 parcels are all designated rural. They are not specialty crop. And some of the things that we had a great presentation by the delegation earlier. There's some of the things that they raised with water drainage, some of the traffic and pedestrian safety, some of the major construction and some of the outdoor recreation. Those are all things that the region has to decide if they want those lands included in the urban area, the settlement area boundary, sorry. And then there would have to have a designation in place on those lands, and there would be lots of planning for them over time. There's a lot of planning that would have to go into that, looking at those lands and what is the right type of development if they chose to consider it, to put it into the settlement area boundary changes. So there's a lot of steps in between that and a lot of opportunities for public engagement.
I'm just gonna jump in there for a second, if you don't mind, because I think it's important to note that they put it in there, okay, already. So they want it there. So they put it there. We didn't put it there. They put it there, okay? Because it says right in the mapping that it was their request. And also in 18.1 of the executive overview for the settlement area boundary thing, it says the region has exclusive jurisdiction to make decisions over settlement area boundaries. Further down, it says the region is considering all boundary requests received from private owners and local council endorsed preferences. So this is our time to say whether we want it or don't want it. If we don't say it now, it's similar to Livingston Extension. It's going to happen. So I think it's really, really important that our voice is heard and the community's voice is heard. And we haven't had any public consultation on this at all, none, for the people in the community as to whether they actually want a settlement area boundary in their area. There's been, and that happened when the Winston Road one went through. There was significant public consultation on that. So it's not after the fact that we'll do it, because as soon as you tell the region we want to put it in, it's basically a done deal. So I'm just saying my amendment is to say no. Council's preference is no, we don't want it put into the settlement area boundary review now. It can potentially be looked at in 5 or 10 years when the Greenbelt review is done, or when at any other time, because any landowner has the opportunity to go outside of an MCR and request it. It's a little bit more stringent, a little harder to do, but they can still ask for a settlement area boundary review outside of an MCR. So it doesn't mean the door is closed for them. This is not the right time to put a priority on giving away that parcel. And I'm saying that my preference as a councillor is to say no, thank you. And let's keep it the way it is for now. Thank you.
Councillor Frick. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Terry.
No, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
If you have an answer, if you have a comment or answer that's direct to Councillor Bothwell, go ahead. I think you should go ahead, and then Councillor Frick will speak.
Thank you. Sorry. And through you, Mr. Mayor. The one challenge is there's no other opportunities to expand the Grimsby settlement area boundary. This is the only area that is there, and there are many concerns that we've looked at. And because now Grimsby has 98% it's intensification mostly, this would be an opportunity. So that's why we have proposed it for consideration. I think Harry wanted to say something. Sorry.
Yeah.
Through you, Mayor. I understand Councillor Bothwell's passion towards this, but Terry wasn't finished, and the councillor was interrupting her. I think she should be going through to the mayor, through you, Mayor. So at least Terry had a chance to finish her sentence previously, just out of courtesy. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Terry, are you finished now?
There was just one other question. One of the other questions Councillor Bothwell asked about was the RFP for the OP. That was actually envisioned in the DC bylaw. So that has been discussed and funding has been allocated for it. So definitely it's in line with what we're doing. We're just trying to be a little more proactive to try to find some funding for that project. So we're a bit ahead of that game. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Yeah, I don't want to go to a long pitch like Councillor Bothwell as just went through, but everything she said is absolutely true. But the thing is, like the Irish woodlots, you know, if we don't say no now, if we don't do it now, if we say no now, this is not going to go for consideration. Once these things go for consideration, we're going to lose it. You know, it just opens the door a crack. And all of a sudden the doors open a little wider and we lose this opportunity to not build anything on that piece of property. And I think the two residents who spoke earlier probably touched on all of the very serious points and reasons why we should keep that intact and leave it like it is. So I hope that we will not allow this to be considered, because once it's considered, we're kind of saying, hey, you know, let's have a look at it. Once we say, hey, let's have a look at it, you put a stamp on it, it's done. So I'm not going to support this, not a chance. And thank you, Terry. Nothing personal, of course, but it just doesn't make any sense. It's just too valuable a piece of property in an area which should be left intact. And that's my thoughts on it. So hopefully we will go down that road. I will second Councillor Bothwell's motion.
Councillor Sharp. Councillor Sharp, you muted.
My apologies. Thanks, Mayor Jordan. I just have a question. I'm looking at the maps online. We have maps of our properties on our website, and it looks like those 3 parcels is about 15 or 16 hectares. If there's someone from planning who could correct me if that's not the size of the parcels, and if it was zoned like low density for residential, could they build 25 houses per hectare? And if that's 16 minus parkland, maybe 15 hectares or 14 and a half hectares times 25, is that 375 homes that could be built in there in a low density? And then if it was zoned or if the zoning was amended to medium density or high density, like the fifth wheel is around 21 hectares, and I think they're building 1,300 condo apartments there. So this, I'm just making the comparison between this, what I think is around 16 hectares, and that 21 hectares at the fifth wheel. And I know the fifth wheel is zoned high density, and but I know that we've had amendments made to our official plan. And if somebody like a developer buys up those 3 parcels and then comes and says, hey, I know you guys have included it in the urban boundary or the settlement area, and then we say, yeah, well, it's low density, 25 units per hectare, which is still 375 homes. Could they amend it, and do we have a way to stop them from amending it? And if you've been following along, if there's anyone in planning could tell me how many homes could be built on that property.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. That property actually with the 3 parcels is 13 hectares. And for the conservation lands that are in that, to complete that square, that is 11 additional hectares for a total of 24 hectares. As I was mentioning, it's designated rural. So until it would be included in the settlement area boundary, there would be no determination whether it would be low, medium, high, whatever density, it would have to be included. As a rural land, you couldn't develop it significantly. So it depends entirely on what the region says to include it or not. And then there would be planning studies, and it would be part of the secondary plan for the Winston Road neighborhood area.
So if it's not in the settlement area,
it is currently, sorry. But
It is in the
it's
settlement area,
designated rural. Yeah.
but it's designated rural. So what's stopping somebody from buying that parcel and saying, "Hey, I'd like to amend the zoning on it"?
Rural, there's only so much you're allowed to do on a rural designated property.
I mean, an official plan amendment to change it from rural to not rural. I don't know.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the only way it could be designated through an official plan amendment is through the regional, because it would have to be added to the settlement area boundary. So the boundary would have to include it to be able to have a different designation on it.
So is that in the settlement area or is that not in the settlement area?
It is not. It is not. The region right now is currently looking at all of the municipalities to see if there's any modifications to the settlement area boundary. This just happens to be the one, the southern area as well as that northern area that have any potential to have any changes to the settlement area boundary in Grimsby.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just a comment after hearing all this and reading the report. The concern that I have is the infrastructure out in the West End. Very familiar with it, worked out there for a number of years. We had a lot of problems, and I feel sorry for the people that did get flooded out recently. But there was a lot of corrective measures taken to alleviate that, but we got a tremendous amount of rain. But anyways, again, any development out there, I have a lot of concerns with our infrastructure, and I'm sure Brandon and I can have a good discussion on that. But again, we've got the 20-story Odyssey building there. There's 68 units in there, approximately, plus all the townhouses around. We've got the Casablanca Hotel on the table for expansion. And just to add, say roughly, as Councillor Sharp said, if it's around 300 homes, I have deep concerns with the infrastructure, folks, knowing the pipes very well in that. But anyways, I look forward to the reports from staff and how we deal and handle this. Just my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions or comments, I have one of my own. I'd like to do our part as Grimsby to reduce urban sprawl. And I think that this is, even though it's small, it's a little bit of urban sprawl. And I'd rather much go forward with the province directive and do infilling in our existing settlement area. I really don't think this is the proper time to expand our settlement area. And that's just my opinion, especially with it adjoining a conservation area. I would rather see it sometime down the road of being a continuation of a conservation area and possibly another Niagara region conservation area adjoining Hamilton's conservation area. So that's just my thoughts. But Antonetta, you have your hand up.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry about that. My computer got messed up a little there. I just wanted to emphasize, like, all good points are being raised tonight. There were a couple things I think I want to remind council to consider. One of the lenses that we put to this was, where can we look for other areas that can help relieve some of the intensification pressures on those more heritage, stable residential neighborhoods. So everything is a little bit of a trade-off. So I just want to remind us that we have to look at things as a whole. I mean, I certainly agree to do more urban and not promote sprawl and things of that nature. It's much more sustainable, and I think we're advocates of that all around. But just wanted to consider, just to remember that if we continue to put pressure in some of those existing areas, then there'll be layered pressure on some of those more heritage and stable areas. So part of the thinking behind this was, how do we look at the town as a whole and say, where could something happen to maybe protect some other areas in town? So we'll certainly take all this feedback to the region. But again, everything is a bit of a compromise and a trade-off, and the things that we'll have to consider.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess what I'm thinking is that we're so far ahead on our target goals for 2051. Where's the pressure? I mean, this shouldn't be an either or equation. We still need to have the right kind of intensification in our established neighborhoods, regardless of what happens down with that piece of land. We are so far ahead on our numbers that, we really shouldn't, we're really not in a position where we have to say, we've got to go this way or that way, because we're already so far down the road. And even though those are minimum numbers, that's all we have to hold to are the minimum numbers. So, I just want to make it clear that while I support what Councillor Bothwell has said completely, I don't think that the default necessarily is, well, then we've got to give in to all the intensification that's being put forward. That really isn't necessary. So I just want to make that statement. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions or comments, I have the resolution. It's now split in two. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Freg. Resolved that report PA 21-39 updated on the Niagara Regional Official Plan and Grimsby Official Plan revision dated September 27th, 2021 be received, and that the region be requested to consider expansions of the settlement area boundary south of the QE along Carlson Avenue. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cowell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
that's carried.
Now the second part, moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Freg. Resolved that staff be directed to prepare the request for proposal RFP for the update to the Grimsby Official Plan. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cowell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
that's carried.
All right, now moving to item 12.1, delegation, PA 21-37, 240, 244, 248 Main Street, Diana Morris, T. Johns Consulting. Welcome, Diana. All right. Where is she? Welcome, Diana. Are you there? I'll read that again. Delegation report PA 21-37, 240, 244, 248 Main Street, East, Diana Morris, T. Johns Consulting Group. Diana, welcome.
Good evening. I'm just going to share my screen. Can everyone see that okay? Okay, perfect. Okay, great. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, committee, staff, and the public. My name is Diana Morris, Senior Planner at T. Johns Consulting Group, acting agent on behalf of the owner for the subject lands located at 240, 244 to 248 Main Street East in Grimsby in relation to the zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision applications. As you're aware, there were two public meetings which were held February 18th and June 23rd, 2021. in which I presented the initial proposal, followed by revised applications and revisions per comments and concerns. Tonight, I will summarize the submissions, changes that were made, and the final design requesting approval. In September 2020, applications were submitted for the creation of 15 lots for single detached dwellings. Excuse me. The initial submission rezoned the subject property from ND, neighborhood development, to MS 0.25 zone for the creation of 2 lots fronting existing Teeter Place and 10 lots fronting a proposed extension ending in a cul-de-sac. Upon review of the submission, town staff identified issues with lot depth, potential privacy issue overlook concerns, lack of amenity, maintenance space, and drainage that can result in these shallow lots. After the statutory public meeting on February 18th, 2021, the owners, town staff, and the consultant team met on numerous occasions to address comments from staff and address concerns heard by committee and the public. In June 2021, amendments were submitted, which included revisions to the draft plan of subdivision and various site-specific zoning provisions. And although not required, a traffic impact study was submitted for town review. These modifications led to a reduction of 1 lot fronting the proposed cul-de-sac to allow for better alignment with existing property lines, mitigating the issues identified in the initial submission. The area in purple illustrates a reduction of 1 lot from 10 lots to 9 lots fronting the cul-de-sac, which allows for wider and deeper lots overall. The area highlighted in orange illustrates 3 lots, which were modified to provide less irregular shaped lots and better aligned with existing property lines. And the area highlighted in yellow was reconfigured to better align with the abutting existing properties that front Truro Avenue and Deer Park Court. Numerous site-specific provisions were incorporated into the proposed zoning bylaw. As a quick summary, these site-specific provisions increased front yard setbacks for various proposed lots to respect and maintain existing conditions and streetscapes. It also allows for compatibility with the existing lots. It achieves an alignment of proposed property lines with existing property lines for the lots fronting Truro Avenue and Deer Park Court as much as possible to maintain a rear yard to rear yard ratio of 2:1 or less. These modifications were presented at the second public meeting held on June 23rd, 2021, where comments and concerns were heard. A summary is shown in the table. There were concerns about privacy issues. By reducing the number of proposed lots from 15 to 14 in total, it allowed for the widening and deepening of the lots, which mitigated the drainage, privacy, and amenity concerns. Site-specific zoning has been proposed and has been incorporated to reduce rear yard to rear yard ratios of the proposed and existing lot lines. There were concerns about changes to the streetscape and the dwelling designs, and whether the Heritage Farm laneway will remain. Again, numerous site-specific zoning provisions have been incorporated, which ensure that the proposed lots are compatible with existing form and streetscape. The laneway will remain and has been zoned as such. There were concerns about parking. Each lot is to contain a single detached dwelling, which will meet and likely exceed the requirement of 2 parking spaces per residential dwelling. Planning has no further concerns. There are also concerns about the traffic that the development will generate. Although not required for a formal submission, a traffic study was completed and reviewed by town staff. The transportation department has no concerns regarding traffic that the development will generate. There were concerns about preservation of green space. The Parks Department has reviewed the development and determined that there are no additional parkland requirements for this area. Therefore, it is my professional planning opinion that the proposed development represents good planning as it uses existing infrastructure and uses efficient use of underutilized land in the form of infill development, while protecting the small town character of Grimsby by maintaining the low density designation. I would like to thank town planning staff for their assistance on the proposed modifications and bringing the applications forward to a recommendation tonight. We are in agreement with the staff report and conditions and respectfully request approval of the proposed draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. As we have the report coming up next, we'll handle all questions and comments after the report. So up next, we have report PA. Oh, yeah, first we'll just pass receiving the delegation, then we'll move on to the report. So we may need a mover and seconder to receive the delegation. Councillor Ritchie, seconder, Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, seconded by Councillor Cadwell. Resolve that the delegation from Diana Morris be received. All in favor?
Yay.
That's carried. Now we're moving on to report 12.2, report PA 21-37, application for zoning bylaw amendment. Who's speaking on that? Michaela, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Jordan, members of council, staff, and the public. My name is Michaela Bray, and I'm a planner with the town of Grimsby. The following presentation will be a brief overview of report number PA 2137 for the zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision applications at 240, 244, and 248 Main Street East. This presentation will highlight the location, proposal, comments, planning review, planning comments, and the staff recommendation. The location of the application is on the south side of Main Street East between Dorchester Drive and Park Road South. The plan presented here shows the draft plan of subdivision into 14 lots, 2 of them on Main Street East and the remaining 12 on Teeter Place and its proposed extension. Some of the zoning presented on the plan also proposes site-specific modifications to ensure compatibility with the existing neighborhood, which will be touched upon later. Submission was circulated to agencies for review, and comments for the applicant's consideration were received from internal town departments of Public Works, Parks, Recreation and Culture, and the Grimsby Heritage Advisory Committee. External agency comments were received from the Region of Niagara, Grimsby Power, and Canada Post. Public comments were collected throughout the application process, either sent directly to the planning department or by delegation at the open house or public meetings. Common public comment themes included housing size and density, maintaining character, parking, pedestrian environment, and parkland. So the planning review, the Region of Niagara has informed the planning department through their submitted comments that the proposal is compliant with provincial policy, as well as being compliant with regional policy. Planning staff has determined that the proposal is compliant with the official plan, town official plan policy, as the municipal structure of the area is subject to, the municipal structure of the subject site is urban settlement area, and the land use designation is low density residential. So there are some site specific zoning bylaw amendments for certain lots, which Diana mentioned in her presentation. So these mostly are modified rear yard setbacks and modified front yard setbacks. So for the planning review under land use, it meets the intent of the official plan of protect single detached residential neighborhoods from significant redevelopment while permitting evolution and rejuvenation. Single detached dwellings are permitted use on these lands, and all the future development of single detached dwellings would be required to meet urban design and compatibility criteria. For the site layout, the proposed lots adhere to typically used lot configurations, which would be pie-shaped lots on the cul-de-sac. The lot sizes, which are based on zoning requirements, are of the appropriate size to support single detached dwellings. The application presents cost-effective and efficient development through the quantity and size of lots proposed. For design compatibility, meets the intent to identify patterns of compatible land use as the proposed low-density subdivision is compatible with the existing
Hi, Michaela. You appeared to freeze. We haven't heard anything for at least the last 20 seconds. Since we're over 3 hours into this meeting, why don't we take a 5-minute break right now while IT tries to figure out the problem we had there. All right, so we'll be back in at 9:31.
Hi, I'm back. I don't know, Zoom just closed, so I'm back, but I'm happy to take a break.
Yes. Why don't we continue now that you're back, and then we'll do the break after.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm not sure why it closed, but continuing. So I'll just start again with the design compatibility. So it meets the intent to identify patterns of compatible land use as the proposed low density subdivision is compatible with the existing low density neighborhood. The proposed uses use existing town infrastructure and is an example of compatible intensification. The proposal proposes site-specific modifications to ensure compatibility with the existing neighborhood. An example of this is the interface between the existing and proposed rear yards using site-specific zoning. Through the use of site-specific zoning, a ratio of 5 existing rear yards to the 6 proposed rear yards was achieved. The proposal is also mindful of existing heritage, particularly along Main Street East, and the proposal to preserve the farm laneway. Lot statistics are comparable with adjacent existing lots, and planning staff are of the opinion that each lot will have the appropriate amenity, maintenance, and drainage space. For parking will meet and likely exceed the requirement of 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit outlined in the zoning bylaw.
Gail, I'm so sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. You have to share the screen so we can see the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, I did not realize that also went down. So just finishing up for the staff recommendation, planning staff recommend that the draft zoning bylaw amendment be approved and that the draft plan of subdivision be approved subject to the conditions outlined in Appendix C of the planning report. Thank you.
All right, questions and comments from council? Thank you for your report. Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Thank you for the report too, Michaela. Just 2 things. Reading through the report, I noticed that lots 1, 2, lots 3 to 5, and lot 14 on the zoning chart, it says where is it under the minimum exterior side yard. The required it has a number of, like, say for looking at lot 1, it's 6.0 meters. But on those 1, 2, the group of lots that I mentioned, it says proposed NA and all of those. What is that? why is that? I'm just curious. Reading through that, I picked up on those are the only non-conformity issues there. In all of them, it's the minimum exterior side yard. Some are different sizes, but there was all under proposed and conformity, it said NA. So I'm just looking for a clarification on that. I'm on page 4 of the report of 41.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, Walter's gonna answer the questions. He's got his hands up just in case it's hard to see that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. My apologies again. My video isn't coming on, so I will just try to answer the question the best I can. Not applicable means that it's not, NA means it's not applicable. So NA, because none of the lots within the subdivision are corner lots, and the exterior side yards only apply to corner lots.
Okay. All right. Okay, great. Thanks, Walter. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
The other thing, my other question, under comments, I didn't see the fire department, unless I missed it, Michaela, and I apologize, but I'm just wondering, doesn't the fire department normally comment on these subdivisions? And I guess my concern is just having the cul-de-sac there, that it's appropriate size for, if the ladder or the quint has to set up in that or be in a fire situation. So yeah, I didn't see the fire department under comments. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, again, through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question. The fire department did get circulated. They didn't provide any comments, as I presume that there weren't any concerns they saw with this proposal and the dimensions that were proposed in the cul-de-sac. The cul-de-sac itself will have to meet our minimum dimensional requirements per our.
Great. Thank you very much for that, Walter.
Councillor Frick.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Thank you, Michaela, for the presentation. And the other lady, where she is, I don't see her on the screen anymore. Anyway, I'm looking at the cul-de-sac, and I'm just curious, I'm trying to get a sense of the size here. What is the diameter of that particular cul-de-sac? And I'm trying to compare it with other typical cul-de-sacs in residential neighborhoods where you only have fewer houses around the cul-de-sac. And right now we have this one, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 8 or 9 houses with front yards onto the cul-de-sac. And I just have a concern with the size. It's a smaller size than a lot of the other cul-de-sacs. You know what the size of the cul-de-sac is, what the diameter of it is? I'm trying to get an appreciation for the pilots versus all the houses which front onto that cul-de-sac, because it looks like it's going to be a traffic nightmare or a parking nightmare, not a traffic nightmare, but a parking nightmare.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Councillor Frick.
Sorry, Walter.
It's okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have the exact dimensions, but the proposed cul-de-sac will be the same size as all of the new cul-de-sacs that have been constructed within the town in the last, I don't know, many years. But yeah, we have a minimum standard. We have a minimum radius that they have to achieve, and we have for the road allowance itself, and also a minimum radius for the paved portion of the cul-de-sac.
Can you give us an example of, has the cul-de-sac standard, is it gotten smaller?
No, it hasn't.
So it's the same size as before? Because you mentioned the more up-to-date cul-de-sacs are different.
No, it's, I apologize if that's the impression I gave. The cul-de-sac standards have not changed. The cul-de-sac standards and dimensional requirements are the same as I remember from when I first started working at the town, which is a long time ago.
Do you have an example, Walter, of an area where modern, new, in the last few years, of an area where we built houses around a cul-de-sac?
Yes, well, the most recent ones are, there are a few cul-de-sacs on the south side of Dorchester Drive, just down the street where the park is. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
I'm very familiar with that, and it's an absolute parking nightmare. I get complaints all the time.
And
Peachtree Lane.
And there's fewer houses on that cul-de-sac as well.
Walker's Court.
Is that another one?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Walker's Court are townhouses.
Yep.
I struggle to give you examples that are similar or that have ones that have lots that are identical. Again, the lots that are being proposed are vary in sizes. The lots on the south side of the proposed cul-de-sac, as an example, are bigger than the lots on the north side of the cul-de-sac.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about
I'm trying to find the exact example for you, and I struggle to do that because there may not.
While you're doing that, Walter, I'm just concerned about the houses that are on the kind of the east side of the cul-de-sac, those pie-shaped lots. I mean, the frontage on those look quite narrow. I'm just wondering, with the statistics I just saw, they were talking about two parking places, but it was two parking spaces, maybe, I think is what was quoted there. Let me find it again here. Let me find the stats. It says likely to exceed two. That's not a very good.
Yes. What I can tell you about that is any house that's built in the cul-de-sac will have to be at least 6 meters from the front lot line. The garage will have to be at least 6 meters from the front lot line. It will likely be they will likely be double wide driveways, and they will likely have a double car garages. So on the property itself, I believe the majority of the lots, if not all of the lots, will have 4 spaces on the property itself. And likely, if I'm assuming there won't be any sidewalks built on the cul-de-sac itself. So that would leave room for another 2 spaces on each driveway in the road allowance between the physical paved road and the property line itself. So there's an opportunity on the site to provide up to 6 spaces on each driveway and garage combination.
If Diana
could share the one, I'm sorry, if Diana could share that one plan that shows, I think you have the buildings themselves all sketched on there as well as the driveways, and that might illustrate that a little bit better for you.
I would actually.
Sorry, yes, I will bring that up.
And Diana, while you're doing that, are each one of these houses have 2-car garages as well as 2 parking spaces in the drive?
Through you, Mayor, yes, that is correct. And thank you, Walter, for that as well.
And also, I also note that Mr. Wortman is also available to answer technical questions regarding the cul-de-sac itself.
Okay, I don't think we need him for that. The other one of the big other concerns that 2 neighbors had who live on Deer Park was their potential privacy. Has anything been done to assist in giving them some privacy at the back end of the? I think it's a lot. Let me find it here. Lots 6, 7, and 8. I think it is, or 6 and 7 particularly.
Right. The lots that are backing on to Deer Park Court. So there are 2 lots that abut this property on Deer Park Court.
Yeah.
Are 2 proposed lots to abut those 2 existing lots.
Okay. All right.
So it's a ratio of 1 to 1.
Okay. All right. I'll may come back with another question later. I'll let someone else have a word. Thanks, Walter. Thanks, Diana.
You're welcome.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Thank you for the presentation, Michaela, and the applicant. I just have a couple of questions. first of all, do you know what the density of the development is on site?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Yes, I had it right here. The density is 12.12 units per hectare.
Okay, 12.12 units per hectare.
Correct.
Okay. I look at the official plan where it talks about new lots within stable residential neighborhoods shall provide a consistent relationship with existing adjacent housing lots. As such applications on smaller infill properties provide lots which maintain the established rhythm of lot sizes and frontages on adjacent housing lots. And then section I says not where properties are deep, low density housing forms may be permitted behind the frontage lots, provided the frontage lots respect the large estate lot character of the street and the rear lots meet the requirements of section B and E, which I just read. This just brings to mind the transition from the Park Road area. So going from east to west, if we look going east, the development, and if you do it on Google Maps, it's really interesting to look at the different dynamics in the housing forms, because everything basically from Tour Avenue over to Bartlett is a different type of a housing form. There are larger lots, and most of it is RD 1.25, RD 2.25, and then on Park Road, it's 2.35, 1.15, and MS 0.15. So they're all more expansive, larger lots. And in fact, that reminds me of the Park Road LPAT or OMB hearing, where we actually got the number of lots reduced on Park Road for a development because of the compatibility issues with Park Road. And I just find that this is a very small infill property. I know, although it meets the density target requirements of under 25 units per hectare, it just seems to not be compatible in transitioning to the east with the adjacent housing forms that are there. And I just have a bit of a concern with that. The other one I don't know if this was, I can't remember where I pulled this out of, in the original comment matrix, it says that the Ontario Inc. numbers identified in the owner certificate for number 240, 244, and 248 don't match the town's information. Frontages on Main Street for block 21, the remnant parcel labeled owned by others, and number 268 don't match the information on the town's MyTown web map. And then it says concerns regarding ownership and existing lot fabric will be reviewed. Can you tell me if that's been clarified and rectified, resolved?
Councillor, hold on a second. Oh, there we are. All right, I'm not on mute. Thank you, Councillor Bothwell. Those are a few questions. I'll try to get them one at a time. I'll start with the last one, the ownership issue. The ownership of the lands as identified on our GIS system doesn't match that of the application, or I'm not sure where's the information that you received?
Page 20 of 41. It's in the comment matrix in the table. And I think it's the town's comments. No, Public Works' comments, December 9th, 2020, Public Works. So they say they're referring to the Ontario Inc. numbers identifying the owner certificate for 240, 244, and 248 don't match the town's information. The frontages on Main Street for block 21, the remnant parcel labeled owned by others, and number 246 do not match the information on the town's MyTown web map. And then it says
I'll defer to Ms. Morris regarding the ownership of the lands, but the information that's on our system may be several months behind, so it may not be up to date. And again, Mr. Wortman is available to answer that question if he likes. But again, I'll defer to Ms. Morris, ownership of the site. But it's the prime importance is when we get to the point where we need to register an agreement, we need to make sure that we have the correct information so that when the agreement is registered, the registry office doesn't send it back and say, no, you have the wrong owners that you're having the agreement here with. So that's the reason that comment comes up. We just need to make sure that when the agreements are prepared, that they're prepared with the proper ownership. And in order to confirm that, we always get a search done of the title of the property prior to the agreement being finalized.
Yes, sorry, if I can add to that. Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Walter, for that. Yes, we did review those comments, and we realized that our concerns regarding ownership and existing lot fabric will be reviewed. And we do acknowledge that there are conditions proposed to the draft plan conditions, and that additional work will be required in that regard.
Thanks. I just didn't see it in the draft plan conditions as a condition. So thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. It's always hard to kind of envision, but when I look at the plan that you've put up, and it shows the driveways and the units, how wide are those driveways? Because I'm always worried that we're told one thing and then, something else materializes. And I'm not suggesting anything untoward, but I just wanted to make sure that we're all talking about the same thing. So how wide are those driveways on that map?
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor, there will be the minimum requirement of 6 meters for a double car driveway.
So for sure, they're double. When you say 6 meters,
they're for a double driveway, correct?
Okay, so not tandem. We're not talking about 2 spaces tandem.
Those details haven't been finalized yet. I mean, the intent
Talking
is
2 cars side by side,
yes,
as opposed to one behind the other.
Yes, I understand that. Yes, the intent is to provide 2 parking spaces per unit, whether they're tandem or side by side hasn't been determined yet, but there is sufficient front yard frontages and setbacks to adhere to the parking standards required.
So here's the thing, to my mind, one behind the other is 1 parking spot. It's only when they're side by side, because what happens is when you have 2 cars, somebody doesn't want to get blocked in, they have to go find parking somewhere else. And if I look at this map, it really doesn't look like there's going to be parking for anybody in that cul-de-sac. So it doesn't look like there could be any street parking. And I guess I also want to know is, where, like a couple things, like where you're going to put the community post office, or not post office, but post box, because wherever you put that, it's going to impact on the people either living there or who already live there. So for me, that's an issue to not know where that's going. So the issue of the parking for me is still outstanding. But I guess the other thing I want to know is the density of the units just on the cul-de-sac. So, I mean, how many hectares is just that piece that's in purple? Because in a way, we're kind of mixing all these apples and oranges, and you're talking about this as one site when in fact, it's at the very least 2 sites with 1, 2, 3, 4 different kind of zoning, right? So how big is that parcel encapsulated in the purple?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Vardy, I'm just going to do a quick calculation for you.
Thank you.
It's 0.66 hectares.
Thank you, Walter.
Sorry, Walter.
0.66 hectares. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lots. That's 13 units per hectare, approximately. Is that correct?
And,
Sure.
and what is the allowable?
In the
20
low dead,
25.
sorry.
25.
Thank you, Walter.
5?
25.
25.
Oh, 25.
Right.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, I guess I just keep coming back to this. The whole thing seems a little tight. And until I know about the parking, that's outstanding for me.
Sorry, I was ordering flour.
So,
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. I just want to clarify in the zoning bylaw, parking does refer to, you know, just it could include one space in the garage and one in the driveway to account for the 2 required parking spaces. So it doesn't really differentiate that, you know, it has to be side by side or it can't be tandem.
okay. So for me,
my apologies. If I just may add to that, there is sufficient room to put in double wide driveways and to build double car garages on every lot in the subdivision. So beyond that, the ability to be able to provide that space, if that is provided, there will be room for 6 cars in a combination of driveway and garage on each lot, right? So, but having said that, it's going to be really up to the consumer if there are models available with a single car driveway, and those may get chosen. If there are models available with double car wide driveways or double car wide garages, they may choose those. So
okay. I hear you, Walter, but it's the councillors who then hear the complaints about insufficient parking, or, you know, people in the cul-de-sac parking in front of other people's homes because there's insufficient parking. So I just don't think it's something that we can kind of shove off and just say it's up to the consumer. Because for me, I always think about, you know, how does this make Grimsby better? And if there are any issues with this, we should address them now, as opposed to trying to fix something that can't be fixed later. So.
Yeah, to be honest, Councillor Vardy, you know, it's a situation that's unique to cul-de-sacs. You know, every cul-de-sac in town is going to have less frontage available on the physical road for street parking than would be available on a straight section of road.
So if I'm looking at the cul-de-sac on Deer Park, they have 4 properties, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's roughly the same size.
Right, and you can see the image there. Those properties are 1/3 acre, which is from a planning perspective is an unreasonable expectation in an urban setting right now.
Well, it may not be an unreasonable expectation for the people who live there. But those are my comments.
Thank you.
Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Jordan. So I'm looking at the drawings and I'm hearing what my colleagues are saying. And so I do a lot of work like this in my professional life and looking at drawings and stuff. And I can see that the homes here, like on lot 12 and 11, it looks like they're about 9 meters wide. That's the little pink square inside the green. And the actual frontage is around 9 or 10 meters. So 6 meters, which is about 20 feet, would be 2/3 of that frontage. But those driveways are only about 1/3. So those driveways shown on this map are 10 feet wide, single car, not 20 feet wide. These houses that are shown here, lots 10, 11, 12, 5, 2, they're 27 feet wide. So if they're going to have a 24-foot garage, it will occupy the entire frontage of that house. The garages shown on here are single car garages. And I can tell that just from eyeball on the scale. But if I had an actual drawing of this. And I think the consultant should know that. This is her drawings. And so yeah, these are tandem spots. These are 2 spots parked front and back. And there's one spot in the garage, but single car garage, people don't use them for their cars. They use them to store their garbage. Now that we have every other week garbage collection, and they use them for bikes and strollers and wagons and Christmas trees and Christmas decorations. And a lot of people can't even walk around in their garage, never mind park a car in there. So these, aside from lot 13 here, looks like it has like 3 cars deep, but these have 2 parking spaces in the driveway and 1 in the garage. And that's conditional on that there won't be a sidewalk here. Will there be a sidewalk?
Sir, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, there is a condition that the developer at their sole cost constructs sidewalks internally to the town requirements.
Yeah, so if these guys have sidewalks, sorry to cut you off, but these are like, they're maybe 45 or 50-foot driveways. Some of them look like they're only 40 feet. So if you take out, you know, a few meters for a sidewalk and you can't park over that sidewalk, these guys are going to have a single car, maybe a 2 small cars that can park front to back in these driveways. And the full, the little curve on the front is about 30 feet. So to get a 20-foot driveway in there, you're going to have to occupy most of that front yard with asphalt or concrete or whatever you get. So like the comments from my colleagues about the potential lack of parking, at least as it shows on this drawing, these are single car garage, single wide driveways. And so I appreciate, you know, maybe if you could get a little better definition on this, we could read the numbers, but I can spot it. So maybe we have a problem with parking here. I mean, I know it probably meets our zoning bylaw, but I think we're only going to get 1 in the driveway on some of these and 1 in the garage.
If I can, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, these building envelopes and driveways were just placeholders, just to kind of what it could look like. Again, regarding the driveway, whether it's single or double, we will meet the minimum requirements. Again, we did try to maintain more of a front yard, more of a landscaping to at least adhere to 50% front yard landscaping. But again, it could, you know, they could be single car driveways or they could be double car driveways, depending again on the housing models, et cetera, from the builder.
Yeah, so I'm looking at lot 6 right now, and I can see that there's 4.3 meters from the garage to the property line. And then it looks like it's about another 4.3. So you're 9 meters, which is about 30 feet. And so if you put a sidewalk in there, you take 10 feet off, you've got only 20 feet between the sidewalk and the front of the garage. And so if you make that garage double wide, which is only showing single wide right now, then you're actually not going to have enough room on lot 6 to make it double wide. Because if you see the way that lot 7 comes in on an angle there, so this lot will only have 1 parking. Lot 6 will have 1 in the garage and 1 in the driveway, if there's a sidewalk there. So maybe it's worth considering no sidewalks, or maybe it's worth just being realistic about these plans that you're showing us, because this is what it could be. And it could be this, right? And we maybe don't want this. So like, you want us to approve what it could be, and if this is what it could be, then this might not be a great situation for parking for these residents.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, you had a comment.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Just to address 2 of the issues that were brought up by Councillor Sharp. Number 1, with respect to sidewalks, typically, and I just looked at quite a few cul-de-sacs in the immediate neighborhood, and all of the cul-de-sacs have the sidewalks ending at the bulb. They don't go they don't go around. And in this particular case, the existing sidewalk on Teeter Place is on the south side of Teeter Place. So if the sidewalk is going to be extended, it will likely be extended from Tour Avenue, where it is now, out to probably the start of the bulb.
Okay, so then you got lots
That would be
15 and
consistent.
14.
That's right. So that would be consistent with how other cul-de-sacs in the immediate area have been designed. Now, with respect to the setbacks, the 4.5 meters you mentioned, that's to the house. The garage itself has to be 6 meters from the lot line. The front of the house can be closer, but the garage itself has to be set further back.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Sorry, it's a little bit blurry to read that.
Yeah. So the front yard setback is 4.5 meters to the house minimum. Could be deeper. And the minimum setback to the garage is 6 meters.
Yeah, so there's 6 meters, and so you might have 12 meters.
So 6 meters plus a typical 5.5 meter boulevard from the side or from the lot line to the physical road gives you room for 2 end-to-end cars.
Yeah, so
even on a single wide driveway.
Yeah, so 2.
But I'm sorry, I just had one last thing regarding that. And so if you look at lot 3, the lot beside it to the west is about the same width, and it has a double wide driveway, as does the one beside that. So those are examples right in the immediate area where you have lots that are of a similar size that have double wide driveways and garages.
Yeah, so lot 3, 4, and 5, it looks like they're 17 meters or 17.5 meters. And lots 13 and 12, it looks like they're 13 meters. So that's like 4.5 meters, 4.5 times 3 point, that's 15 feet less space. So these guys have 10-foot driveways and those guys have 20-foot driveways because they're 15 feet wider, right? So like, I can see what's possible to do here, and I know these are just conceptual, but if we approve this in concept, we might see it in reality. And I've seen a lot of times I get calls from residents who are like, they say, well, there's only one spot in my driveway, and I'm like, well, no, there's a spot in your garage, and they don't use their garage. And then I find that the residents save their driveway spot for their spouse or for their guest, and they park first on the street so that they have a reserved spot in their driveway. And so what you sometimes see is the street parking full and the driveway is empty. And then when people get home from work or come over in the evenings, the driveways fill up. And it's been a problem. And so this is something that has to be addressed at the planning approvals stage. And I don't know how we can do that with this. I'd just like to see this neighborhood be really have enough parking. Is there anything we can do?
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. I just want to assure you that the minimum number of parking spaces that would be available on the combined driveway and garage would be 3. And likely it'll be on most, if not all, of the lots, it'll likely be 6. Our minimum standard is 2.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through Mayor Jordan. So I just wanted to reiterate that our standard is 2 parking spots, correct? So
that's correct. Our minimum standard is 2, and the minimum that you'll find on each one of these driveway garage combinations is 3.
Okay, so I just wanted to make that point because if this was to go to the LPAD or whatever it's called now, they're actually meeting the standard. So I don't know how we can make the standard higher. It's I sit there and listen to the comments about parking. Parking seems to be the excuse for if we don't want something built. even if people are meeting the minimum requirements. That being said, I wanted to ask thank you for the presentations. And this used to be 10 properties in the cul-de-sac, which is now 9. And one of the major concerns from the residents in the area was the alignment of the back property line. So looking at this, just how it is now, my understanding is that the back property lines line up with the other properties on Tour and Deer Park. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor, yes, that is correct. What we did was the way we reconfigured it, the lots 9 to 14, the ones highlighted in yellow, were previously proposed as an RD 4.45 zone. So now we've actually changed them to an RD3, which allows for a minimum of 15-meter frontages. But I just want to note that the actual minimum frontage would range from 15.1 to about 20.2. And the way we did that, we increased the frontages as well as the depth of the lots, reconfigured in order to allow more of the property line alignments and the ratio between the rear yard to rear yard, because I know that was a concern of the existing residents.
Thank you, because it's something very intriguing to me, because if we want to use Park Road as an example, where they were looking to build 2 houses on Park Road and said it didn't conform with the neighborhood, it's only allowed 1. So if you take the existing neighborhood where there's only 1, behind it, they allowed 4 houses. So here, for property value, backyard to backyard, it's basically 1 for 1. So again, I'm very familiar with the area. I live half a block away. So with the neighbors as well, when I discussed many things with them, it's too bad they weren't able to comment on the 9 properties, because a lot of them, you always want to search for more or go for as much as possible. And when I asked the neighbors about this development, they said this would be great if it was 8 units. Well, it's 9. It's pretty, it's not far off. And I really like the fact that the backyards align property. I also heard concerns of people talking about whether 2-story homes, when some of the people on tour have 2-story homes. So when they talk about privacy. So I thought this is, I think you've done a great job here. Again, just like one of the open houses where somebody said, you don't, in Grimsby in today's day and age, you're not going to get more of a responsible development in a coexisting neighborhood than what we have here. We could have easily got a low rise on Main Street, a proposal for a low rise there with multiple units, or even in this lot here, some kind of low rise facility with multiple units. I think you've done a good job here. And again, I don't see anything wrong with it. Again, if this council wanted to ensure more parking per household, we should have gone and passed our policies and procedures to enforce it. We shouldn't be sitting here now when the developer has done all this work to ensure that they're meeting the requirement and say, well, you met the requirement, but not good enough. So thank you very much for your presentation. Like I said, thank you for aligning the backyards with the existing lots. I think it looks great. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Councillor Frick.
May I?
Oh, Councillor Dunstall, you haven't spoken yet, so.
No, I haven't spoken yet. Could I speak?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I thank you.
Star
Mayor
9
Jordan,
if you want to raise your hand.
Oh, do
Go
I
ahead.
dial 9?
Star
Okay,
9, but all right.
Star 9. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, through you, I'd like to address the cul-de-sac with Walter, because I used to own property in Ward 2 on Sander Crescent, which was on a cul-de-sac. Walter, you're familiar with Sander Crescent in the west end. It turns into a cul-de-sac. And single driveways, tandem parking, single car garage, and no parking on the cul-de-sac. And never was an issue. Owned it for 5 years, and parking was never an issue there. I don't know if that cul-de-sac is a little bigger, but there's a cul-de-sac to compare to if you wanted to, Walter. And any comment from you? But I think if you want parking on the cul-de-sac, you put up no parking signs, and that's the way it is with Sandra Crescent. It's no parking. Not an issue. Walter?
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Dunstall. Yeah, Sandra Crescent. They are link homes, so they're very similar to detached homes where they've paired up driveways, and there are quite a few more homes on that particular cul-de-sac than there are being proposed here.
Yeah.
I'm very familiar with that street also, because I had friends that lived there. So, and I was always, odd thing is I was always able to find parking, but that's me.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with Sandra Crescent, similar design, except that it's a lot denser. It's almost double the number.
Yeah, well, yeah, they are link homes, so there are more cars, there are more people, and parking was never an issue. So I think I see no concern with parking here. Do we know why Public Works would have no parking on that cul-de-sac? Neighbors didn't seem to mind. They could get two cars in the driveway, and if one had to move one out, they moved it out, pulled it back in. It was all tandem parking, and it seemed to work. So parking wasn't an issue.
Right. It's similar because you have to, in terms of no parking, you're required to stay a certain distance away from a driveway with your car to park. So if the driveways converge on the cul-de-sac at such an angle that it doesn't provide sufficient room for a typical car to be able to park.
Yes.
Anyway,
So
you just
that's why it was no parking.
make it no parking anyway, just to make it simple.
Okay, good enough. Anyhow, I would support this development. It looks great. I would agree with Councillor Ritchie that it's good development for infill. Could have been a lot of different things, and I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. First of all, I'd like to differ to Councillor Ritchie. We're not using parking as an excuse not to build. I think that's a pretty blanket statement. I think it's very unfair for you to say that, because that's not what we're trying to do. Yes, we may have zoning bylaws in place that say we should have only 2 parking spaces, but we're asking the developer if they would consider making it a better development by offering more parking spaces and wider driveways. So there's nothing wrong and nothing out of untoward for us to ask the developer that question. I'm suggesting to the developer that because this is a could be scenario, this drawing I see here. So I'm asking the developer to give us a proper drawing with the exact dimensions and the exact sketches as to what these houses and driveways are going to look like. And I'm going to also suggest that you somehow incorporate two cars side by side, not in tandem. So that's my only question. I'm satisfied with the privacy issue. I have no problem with that. I think you've covered that off, and I do applaud you for being flexible so far with your development. But I think to be a responsible developer, we're asking you to address the parking issue and come back with a exact drawing and not a how it could be drawing. So if I can ask you to do that, that would really make me happy, and I would support this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through Mayor Jordan. Once again, yeah, we can ask for everything. Just like Councillor Frake said, we can ask for more parking. The bottom line is, if we wanted more parking, we should have passed our own parking requirements. If we want to do this, we do this at every single development. But for the most of them, we sit there and say you have to meet the requirement. You have to meet the requirement of what it is. And they have stated already that they will meet the requirement for our town. So we turn this down, whatever may happen, they'll go to LPAT, and we're going to go and spend taxpayers' dollars to turn around and say, well, we didn't think there was enough parking. And they're going to be, did they meet the requirement? Yes, they did. We'll lose. We're wasting taxpayers' dollars. You know, this would be, yeah, you can ask, but in no way am I going to turn this down when they are promising to meet the requirement of our requirements. We have the right to change any policy we want as a council. We haven't done it. So we've sat there and said, here's the rules to follow by them. And now at the last second, when they're coming to council, we're like, yeah, let's change the rules, or let's try to change the rules. That's the issue that I have. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. A quick question to planning staff. The next step would be site plan, and is that correct? And we would have some ability to do some refinement at that point.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for your question. Then the next stage will be if the zoning amendment is approved and if the subdivision is draft plan approved, then the applicants will have to submit engineering plans, which will show in intricate detail how the subdivision is to be serviced and designed with lot grading, drainage, all that stuff, and how each lot is to be, how drainage on each lot is to work, how it's supposed to work collectively on the site. So that will be the next step. There is not a site plan process. Each lot will be required to submit a lot grading plan once a building permit is submitted, which includes location plan for the house, lot grading, and servicing connections. And that's it.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. I guess I just want to say it's not unfair for council to ask developers to bring us your best, as opposed to give us the bare minimum, that can scrape by. We want Grimsby to be a really nice community, and I appreciate you've taken one lot off, but I still think it's too many lots in such a small place. I think that's really the bottom line. Parking, even though you met the minimum, it's going to cause problems. And so do you want a development with problems, or do you want a development without problems? So I'm just saying, give us your best. And, I hate to say, go to the site plan, and then we find, we've got some other thing where we've just shoehorned as much in, and, people just have to, buyers are so desperate, they'll just take the bare minimum. And we want a nice development. Like, how does this make Grimsby better? That's the question. So I don't think it's wrong of us to ask developers to bring us your best. And I'm not sure this is it yet. So thanks.
Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Jordan. Just quickly, I want to clarify before, I'm not saying that I won't support this development. And I feel like some people might have suggested that, but I get a little bit annoyed when they say that, like, that's a double wide driveway, because it's not. And so when this comes to site plan, and I do believe that the owners of these houses or the purchasers of these houses are going to want double wide garages, and they're going to want double wide driveways. And I think that they're going to get them. And I think site plan is going to look a lot different than this. And I think we're going to see a lot more of the curb on this to be driveway. And I think these trees on the street trees are going to get in the way of some of the driveways. But it's not that I won't support this. It's just that I like to be, I don't like to be told that that driveway is 6 meters wide, because it's not. And when it is 6 meters wide, which I believe it will be, it will just occupy more of the front yard with asphalt and less of the front yard with grass. Anyhow, I don't want to take too much time, but just wanted to clarify. Thanks.
All right, everyone's
Mayor,
spoken twice.
May I just ask for one quick clarification? I didn't have
It's a clarification, yeah.
It's from Walter Basic. I thought he said there was no site plan control. He said there's engineering drawing, and I heard no site plan control, and that it wouldn't come back with site plan. Could he please clarify that? Because the official plan says all residential development shall be subject to site plan. So I just want to clarify that I heard correctly.
Okay, Walter.
Site plan control thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Site plan control, just for clarity, has been delegated to the chief building official for detached dwellings and semi-detached dwellings.
So can we ask that this come back, that site plan not be subdelegated and come back to council?
It's
particular development.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, it's delegated by bylaw.
So I'm reading all new residential development in section 3427 in low density neighborhoods shall be subject to site plan approval at discretion of the town, which shall consider the compatibility criteria. So what am I missing here?
That's for infill developments that aren't subject to site plan or subdivision approval. So as an example, if somebody were to sever a lot in between two existing homes, that's where we get into site plan review and site plan approval. However, significant amount of review goes into subdivision and zoning amendment applications. So it's not necessary under those circumstances. And it's delegated to the chief building official. But even under the circumstance you described, even under that circumstance, it is subject to site plan approval. However, site plan approval has been delegated to the chief building official for detached and semi-detached dwellings by bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing everyone's spoken, I just have one comment. What I really struggle with in this is the fact that Deer Park to the east has 4 units in the cul-de-sac, and I know Walter said they're large lots. I get that, and this has 9 units. That's 225% more. And since we talked about transition zones in other areas of town, I don't think this is a proper transmission or transition, in my opinion. And I just think 4 to 9, 225%. I would like to see 4 to 7, but it is what it is. All right, so we need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that report PA 21-37 applications for zoning bylaw amendment 26Z-16-2005 and draft plan of subdivision approval 26T-16-2001 at 240, 244 to 48 Main Street East dated September 27th, 2021 be received, and that zoning bylaw amendment and that the draft bylaw attached to the report as Appendix B be submitted to council for approval, and that draft plan subdivision be approved subject to the conditions outlined in Appendix C to the report, and that the mayor and the clerk be authorized to sign the subdivision agreement on the town's behalf. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frey,
No.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane, Councillor Vane. Okay, Councillor Vardy,
Yeah, no.
Mayor Jordan,
No.
that's carried.
All right. Now we're moving to number 14, correspondence. Have a resolution. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry, I missed that. Report 12.2B, BYL 21-09, firearms and bows discharge bylaw. Henry? Sorry, I forgot about you.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. So I prepared a little presentation to start off my my report here. Let me just share my screen. Can we all see that?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So, so before you, I have a proposed discharge of firearms and bows bylaw. So within this bylaw, so started here. So the purpose of the bylaws of this report is to review the current bylaw respecting firearms and bows discharge to reflect the current standards. So we held a public meeting on September 2nd for the original proposed bylaw. And in that public meeting, we had two major concerns brought forward. Was that the hunting community was not involved, and that the protection of crops and livestock using only a bow was not sufficient. So looking at that a little bit closer, with follow-up with Brian McCrae. So Brian McCrae works for the Federation of Anglers and Hunters. And so I know that with him, he recently worked with the city of Thorold the city of Thorold and the city of Hamilton to update their firearms bylaw in 2019 and I believe in 2020. And he had prescribed that hunting is a pastime that has been involved in a lot of other municipalities where previously we have not allowed for the discharge of firearms for the purpose of hunting. And then one thing was brought up from that point was the safety purpose. So with safety, hunters must take a safety course and hunter education courses before they can even hunt or own a firearm. So the map that's labeled as Schedule A of the bylaw shows the areas for firearms and bows permitted and bow only areas and prohibited areas to discharge a firearm or bow. So the bow only areas allow for a buffer zone from firearms to the urban area, so that, for example, potential noise concerns of shotguns or rifles being shot off in that area. So, and then we moved on to the second major concern, which was the protection of property, livestock, and crops for farmers. So they had expressed a lot of difficulty with that proposed bylaw at the public meeting of attempting to, let's say, protect livestock from a coyote using only a bow. So this would force either the farmer or their agent to get closer to the animal, a potentially aggressive animal, and put themselves in harm's way to essentially protect their livestock and property from the potential destruction of the coyote or other animals that may be aggressive towards any of their livestock. So, and then with that, we benchmarked with a lot of surrounding municipalities. So the three surrounding municipalities to the town of Grimsby is the city of Hamilton, town of Lincoln, and town of West Lincoln. So with checking with these, town of Lincoln and the town of West Lincoln both allow for discharge of firearms and bows in the rural area for the purpose of hunting and protection of livestock and property. And then the city of Hamilton, part of their zone allows for, which borders onto us, allows for the discharge of bows, and part of it for bows and firearms, and all properties for the discharge of firearms and bows to protect livestock, crops, and other property for farmers. So at this point, I thank you for listening to me. If you have any questions or concerns, I will be available.
Thank you for your presentation, Henry. It looks like Councillor Cadwell.
Yes, thank you very much, Henry, for the presentation. I believe this has been on the table since the latter part of my first term on council. So I'm dating back quite a ways. Great report. The only question I have, and I will be supporting this, is when there's a complaint that comes in, you could probably, I can't think of one right off the, if there's somebody encroaching property with a gun or a bow, what is the order of response? Would staff respond, obviously, or does staff respond with police? Just from a safety perspective of staff, Henry, that's why I'm asking the question, the order of response, how for complaints, if you don't mind, you help me out here.
For sure. So through you, Mr. Mayor, at that time, if we receive a complaint of discharge of firearm too close to a building or a dwelling, at that point, it becomes a public safety concern. So I'll be contacting Niagara Regional Police immediately, and I'll be advising for any future complaints to contact Niagara Regional Police immediately, because so for hunters, there are provincial and federal regulations that they do have to comply to when discharging a firearm too close to a building. So at that point, we can also get M&R involved, which at that point they have got a lot of power with seizing firearms and ensuring that individuals do not possess a firearm in the future if they do break into these federal or provincial gun regulations.
So I like your idea of the education part. That's great, Henry. What about, will the town be involved with registration of firearms, or do bows have to be registered too? I'm not a hunter, so again, but I have been, keeping tabs on this for a long, long time. So yeah, what about registration of firearms or bows? Is the town involved with that, Henry?
So just from my experience, I'm not an expert in the matter, and just from my short research, so long guns and bows do not need to be registered with the federal government. It's only restricted firearms that would have to be registered with the federal government, and that's through the RCMP.
Okay.
And the RCMP would be ensuring that all restricted gun owners are registered through them. So there is no registration for long guns or bows.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. And I'll end on this. I have some friends they go to gun clubs. They shoot guns and that. And I'll tell you, the regulations and requirements are so strict. Even when they travel to wherever they go to the gun clubs and that, it's unbelievable. Yeah, thanks for doing this, Henry. This has been on the table a long time. Sorry to be stuck on repeat, but great job. I really like the work you've done here. Thanks again, Henry.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Jordan. To Henry, I think that I know we've done a lot of public consultation, and I know that we spent some time really consulting with the people who live on the mountain, and the farmers and the hunters, and it looks like that we've come to a good bylaw, and this once we approve it can be in place for a considerable period of time. And the way it references the provincial rules and stuff, it kind of saves us from having to amend it when there's changes at the province, and it saves us from having to do too much research on like the exact type of whatever's allowed, because I mean certain things are allowed by the province or required by the province, and we can let them make those rules and those decisions. So I think that this is it looks good to me, and I'm going to vote in favor of it. Thanks.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Thank you for your presentation, Henry. I have a couple of questions. In terms of the crossbows, I mean, the crossbows are considered pretty much a weapon, is it not? I mean, there are crossbows and there are crossbows. Some are really high powered, like a rifle. So how do you distinguish between those in the bylaw?
So crossbows fall under a bow under this bylaw, and it would be through the provincial and federal regulations. A crossbow is also considered a bow. So when just from my discussions with Mr. McCrae from the Anglers Hunting Federation, he basically explained that the provincial and federal rules will dictate the same thing of discharging near a dwelling as the same as a firearm. So essentially you have to be a certain distance away from a dwelling, which would be enforced by the M&R or Niagara Regional Police at that point, because town staff, when there would be a firearm involved, because obviously we want to send the right individuals to complaints like this.
Yeah, following on that, I mean, you're saying that you're allowed to have a crossbow if you're based on distance from a property. Is that correct?
Yes. So the provincial and federal rules base it on a dwelling. So for example, how close they're shooting from a dwelling. So it's an occupied dwelling is what it defines it as.
Yeah. See, I have no problem with all the properties on the escarpment, but the yellow bit here kind of concerns me a little bit when you go to the far west of the map, where you have that block which goes down to I think the railway tracks. Is it?
That is correct. Yes.
I mean, there's a lot of small residential areas in there. If they're allowed to use crossbows, they could end up going through a fence or over the fence or whatever the case might be into the next yard. So how do we plan to police that?
They would have to comply with the federal and provincial regulations of distance from a dwelling. I don't know the exact distance off the top of my head, but if we did have that concern, that would be relayed to MNR or Niagara Regional Police at that point. I think because of hunters and hunting education, so this map is for hunting purposes only, and so going through those education courses and firearm safety courses, that's where they teach you all these things, and they basically explain all of the distances that are set in place that they do have to comply with from a federal level and a criminal level.
Yeah, so I'm just a little bit concerned because the yellow area goes north right down to Main Street, and then it goes right down to the railway tracks further along. So are you saying that even though that yellow area cover is going to be okay for somebody with a bow, not everyone in that particular yellow area would be entitled or would be allowed to have a bow if they would have to qualify?
That is correct. It's just we can't outline every occupied dwelling in that area to ensure that distance is set. That would take a little bit of fine detail. It's more of at that point, if a resident was to come forward with us to ask if they were permitted to have a bow in this area, we would either inform them if they were or were not permitted. And if they were, we would tell them to reach out to MNR or Niagara Regional Police to make sure that they are complying with those set distances.
So in each and every case of all the yellow and the greener areas there, so anyone who wanted to use a crossbow or a rifle, depending on the area they're in, each one would still have to qualify within those areas in order to have those particular pieces of hunting equipment. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. So
it's not just a blanket statement, I'm in this area, I can just go and buy myself a crossbow and a rifle. You have to qualify in each case.
Yes, so through you, Mr. Mayor. So under section, just let me find it here, give me one sec. So under section 3, under interpretation, so section 3.3 states, nothing in this bylaw shall be interpreted as to reducing or eliminating the need for full compliance with the provisions of all applicable and federal provincial statutes related to any firearm or bow.
Okay, answer my questions, thanks.
Councillor Botwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. So I have a similar concern to Councillor Frake in the sense I've had 2 complaints since the bow, the new bow area was designated below the escarpment, where actually in the area of Oaks Road and Main Street, there was a number of blinds in a property over there that were in very close proximity to a home, and some smart cameras installed as well. And the residents were concerned for their safety there. It was a very close proximity to homes in that neighborhood. So having it extend into the urban boundary, I guess my question to Henry is, in your research, was it common for bow hunting to be permitted within a dense urban boundary area? I know I've seen in the other bylaws, it's usually in a rural designation. Is it also, have you seen it permitted in a dense settlement area, urban boundary, as we have Casablanca on the right-hand side and to the railroad tracks? It's all built up. So I'm uncomfortable with the boundary for the bow hunting. I would like to see it only extend to the drip line of the escarpment. And I think that would be reasonable. I don't see any reason why it needs to be within the urban boundary of town, and in the dense built up neighborhoods that it's now covering, especially because we're gonna have the GO train secondary plan there. We're gonna have huge GO train development coming. And I just think that the extent of the yellow area for the bow hunting is just not appropriate in the urban boundary. To me, it should end at the base of the escarpment at the drip line. And I think it just, you're within 8 meters. You can't do it within a cross or within 8 meters of a highway, private road, or recreational trail. From what I'm reading in Ottawa, it's like 450 meters from a dwelling. In fact, none of those areas would probably, none of the area in the yellow would probably meet the requirement then. So I'm just not comfortable. I'm fine with everything else. I'm just not comfortable with the yellow designation line for bow hunting extending that far into the urban boundary. Thank you.
Henry?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So what I've seen with the trail cameras, as to what I can speak to about that. So a lot of the time hunters will use that with talking with the public. Hunters will use that to gauge a passageway for animals to see, to kind of track their movements for future hunting projects down the road and further closer to the escarpment. The map was outlined like this because of the concern of some of the rural areas within the mapping. It was just, I do see your point about it being close to some dense urban areas. But unfortunately we couldn't outline everything within the map. And so with the provincial and federal regulations to that, we wanted to ensure that when we do these education seminars for the public, and if any concerned residents come to the town, we want to make sure that they reach out to M&R beforehand, before even taking on any of these projects.
Thanks. I just think that it's kind of, and I understand that they're supposed to be responsible. I just think that we can make it a lot clearer for the public by delineating it. And I don't know if it's possible to put amendment to change the map Schedule A to the bow hunting to be restricted just to the drip line of the escarpment. So from the top to the drip line as yellow, if that's possible, then I'd be fine with that. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your input. That's something that I will definitely take a look into, and I'll note.
Well, I think I'll ask the mayor if we can put forward an amendment to the motion to request that Schedule A be amended for the permitted bow and prohibited firearm area to only extend to the drip line of the escarpment. Just as if that can be put forward as an amendment, that would be wonderful through a motion. Thank you, Henry.
Yeah, that certainly can be done. Councillor Bothwell, you just need a seconder.
I'll second it.
Then we'll discuss the.
I'll second it.
We can. Thank you. So we have a mover and seconder. We'll put the amendment on the floor. Are these questions dealing with the amendment, or are they dealing with the original? Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I could talk to either or. So when we look at the yellow property, or the yellow boundary for the bow area that goes below the escarpment, I agree. There's a lot of provincial and federal standards that you have. And one of them being too, is that you actually need permission to be able to hunt on any property. So when I looked at this, and I've had some concerns from residents as well, I don't believe the Niagara Escarpment Commission gives anyone permission to hunt on their property at all. So any property that would be designated Niagara Escarpment Commission, technically you can't use bow or gun, is my understanding. So when I look at this, yes, I agree that there's lots of provincial and federal standards. Actually, I just took the hunter safety course about a month and a half ago, and it was great to look at it all and go through it. And there's all kinds of regulations there that would protect, all these people. Now, do I see concerns? Yes, but for the most part, hunters are very responsible. Very responsible. They follow the rules. They get tracked. You have to have tags. They can actually GPS your tags to find out where you even hit. If you're going to you're going to catch a deer or shoot a deer, they can track everything. That's why the M&R can go out and actually inspect what you're doing. So I guess my big question, the one thing that I do want to confirm is the Niagara, I don't believe, and I could be wrong, but I just want to double check. Does the Niagara Escarpment Commission give permission to hunt on its property?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So unfortunately, I couldn't find that information when I was looking, but I could definitely follow up with the compliance officer from the Niagara Escarpment Commission, and we can definitely find out that information.
Thank you.
Just a clarification on that. It's not like most of the areas. Niagara Escarpment is just an overlay of an area. It's actually private. Most of the escarpment is privately owned. There are a few sections that are actually owned by the Escarpment Trust, but the vast majority of the escarpment area is privately owned. But I don't know for sure whether there is hunting or not.
So, and Mayor Jordan, not to say that you're wrong, but when I was dealing with this issue again in the neighborhood, when we were looking up, we actually found only a small parcel of land that was actually privately owned, and the rest was owned by the Niagara Escarpment Commission. Just to counter that, like literally about 3 of my neighbors' houses, their backyard where the escarpment starts is all private property, and then from house X all the way down was all Niagara Escarpment Commission property.
Yeah, that may well be true in the area where you are, but the whole Niagara Escarpment is based on landowners allowing the Escarpment Commission to control their lands. So, Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Yeah, I'm just looking at the map, and I do have to. I have some concerns too with the yellow, with as Councillor Bothwell brought up. I'm thinking maybe it does the I guess it's orange or reddish orange, red, whatever you want to call it. It does cover the north side of Main Street west for quite a distance. So I was just thinking, I mean, the drip line, how do you tell? Is that a street? How do you distinct that boundary just by saying the drip line? You know, so I'm just wondering if maybe at the Casablanca Boulevard area, if we could just, if you looked at just eliminating the yellow that's on the north side of the Main Street and make that all red where it's prohibited. Sorry. Yeah. Again, I'm just the drip line. I get the point of it, but how do you distinguish exactly where that is? That's all. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
As far as I know, planning staff have that information because it's used for all planning developments and everything. So I'm sure it's demarcated very carefully by planning staff. That shouldn't be an issue to define the drip line. The other question I have for Henry is the Sunday hunting. I raised this last time when we had the public meeting because the OMNRF map for the Sunday gun hunting in Southern Ontario, the April version showed Zone 88 Grimsby attached to Lincoln as allowing and permitting Sunday gun hunting. And at that time, I said, that's not correct, right? And they're showing their update as of September 1st, again, where Grimsby is allowing Sunday gun hunting. So I just would like Henry to clarify if OMNRF was approached to correct that map, because I believe it's still incorrect at this point anyway.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, they were not approached about this, but this is definitely something that I can follow up with them. Thank you.
I know that we're now going to probably have it, you know, if this resolution gets passed, but as of the April and the September updates, Zone 88, we were not permitted for it. So if you could, that would be appreciated, just to clarify that. Thank you. I don't know how far back it goes. I just caught it when this discussion started and looked it up. So thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just another thing to add. So if they were to change that, our bylaw would work with that because essentially we would be following all provincial and federal regulations at that point. Yeah, but correct, right now, we would, if we were saying they superseded us, we have a bit of a problem because it's in conflict with our current bylaw, right?
Correct.
I'll let you work on fixing it, Henry. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just to Councillor Bothwell's statement there about the drip line. Well, if I don't know what it is right now, I'm having a lot of difficulty supporting an amendment. So what I'm wondering, if we could maybe, because there seems to be quite a few questions, it is a good report. If we could maybe defer this until the next meeting, the first meeting in October, which is only a couple of weeks away, just if Henry's able to get all the questions answered and all that stuff, because I mean, I like the report that we're doing, but again, I'm concerned about that big yellow area too. So if I would ask that we could defer it, if I have a seconder to that, to the next meeting, if that works okay with Henry.
Second that.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Henry.
I just want to say through you, Mr. Mayor, that is definitely something that I would support.
All right, we have a deferral motion moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that report BYL 21-09 Firearms and Bows Discharge Bylaw be deferred to the October 4th meeting. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cowell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
No.
Councillor Vane. Oh, sorry. Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
that's carried.
All right. Now we're moving to number 14, correspondence. Need a mover and seconder for the correspondence. Councillor Bothwell.
Sorry, I'll move, but I also want to lift the Niagara region, the MTO request for speed limit, just to endorse it. So just to endorse that, if please.
Okay.
And to send the response to all municipalities as well.
Okay, that'll be that's noted. That'll get lifted and voted on separately. Councillor Dunstall.
I just wanted to second it. That's it. I don't want to lift anything.
All right, so we just need a mover for the rest of the correspondence. Councillor Frake. All right, I got you seconding it, so I got you seconding them both. So
Okay, thank you.
yeah. So for the remainder of the correspondence, moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall, resolved that the following correspondent items be received. Memorandum from the Deputy Minister to clerks and CAOs, Ontario proof of vaccination guidance for business and organizations. City of St. Catharines resolution, provincial nursing shortage. City of Thorold resolution, comprehensive marine strategy. City of Thorold resolution, provincial nursing shortage. Niagara Region CLK-C 2021-152 updated land acknowledgement statements. Town of Fort Erie Ford right of passage resolution. All in favor? Correspondence is carried. Now the lifted correspondence. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that the correspondence from the Niagara region in regards to review and amend section 128 rate of speed of the Highway Traffic Act be endorsed and circulated accordingly. All in favor? All right, not everyone's hands up, so recorded vote.
Counselor Bothwell,
Yes.
Counselor Dunstall,
Yes.
Counselor Frake,
Yes.
Counselor Cowell,
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie,
Yes.
Counselor Sharp,
No.
Counselor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
that's carried.
All right, next meeting of the committee of whole is scheduled for October 4th, 2021. This meeting is adjourned. We will meet at 10:59 to go into the council meeting. See you in 5 minutes.
Recording in progress.
We'll be starting very shortly.
Welcome. I'd like to call the Council of Monday, September 27th, 2021 to order. Could everyone stand for the playing of the national anthem? Niagara Region, Grimsby are situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Hatawandana Rock, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The regional municipality of Niagara and Grimsby stands with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest, Council? Seeing none, before we go to approval of the agenda, we need a motion to extend as we are past the 11 o'clock curfew. Need a mover and seconder for the motion to extend. Do we have one? So if no one moves or seconds, what do we do? Yeah. Yeah, can we have a mover and seconder so we can vote to whether to extend or not? Moved by Councillor Frank, seconded by, who did I see a seconder? Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that council waive the rules of procedure to go past the 11 p.m. curfew. Recorded vote.
Counselor Bothwell,
No.
Counselor Dunstall,
No.
Counselor Frake,
No.
Counselor Cadwell,
Nope.
Counselor Ritchie,
No.
Counselor Sharp,
No.
Counselor Bain, Counselor Vardy,
No.
Mayor Jordan.
No.
That's defeated.
Yeah, all we need is a mover and seconder to pass the confirming bylaw. Do you have it or not? All right, I have Councillor Sharp and Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that leave given to introduce bylaws 21-72 inclusive and that same be read a first time. All in favor? That's carried. Mover and seconder for second and third reading. Councillor Ritchie, Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaws 21-72 inclusive, read a first time, now be read a second and third time, and finally passed, and the mayor and town clerk to sign and seal the same, and rule council to the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? It's carried.
Yeah.
Meeting is adjourned. Next meeting will be Monday, October 4th at 6 p.m. with Committee of the Whole. Following that. Good night, everyone.